Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Sleep Paralysis Demon. The silence of his room pressed in on him, a suffocating blanket woven from the shadows gathering in the corners. He hadn't slept properly in weeks, not truly slept, not since the episodes began. They started subtly, a fleeting sensation of pressure on his chest, the feeling of unseen eyes boring into him from the darkness. He'd initially dismissed them as stress-induced anxiety, a byproduct of his demanding college schedule and the mounting pressure of impending exams. But the episodes intensified, escalating from fleeting moments of unease to prolonged periods of terrifying immobility. Now, he lay paralyzed, a captive in his own bed, the familiar comfort of his room twisted into a claustrophobic tomb. The weight on his chest felt less like pressure and more like a physical entity, an oppressive presence that pinned him to the mattress, robbing him of breath and movement. He could feel the rhythmic thump-thump-thump of his own heart, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence. Panic gnawed at him, a cold, relentless fear that clawed its way into his soul. He tried to scream, to call out, but his vocal cords remained stubbornly mute, his desperate cries trapped within the confines of his paralyzed body. He struggled, his muscles tensing, but his limbs remained lifeless, heavy as lead. The darkness seemed to deepen, to coalesce, forming a tangible presence that pressed against him, that seemed to breathe around him. He felt watched, observed by something unseen, something malevolent. The sensation wasn't just visual, it was visceral. He could feel the cold breath on his neck, the phantom touch of something icy and skeletal brushing against his skin. It felt like a spectral hand, long and thin, tracing the outline of his body, leaving a chilling trail of goosebumps in its wake. The feeling of being watched intensified, morphing into a profound sense of dread, a primal terror that transcended the bounds of rational thought. He wasn't alone in the room. He knew it. He felt it in the subtle shifts in the air, in the almost imperceptible creaks of the floorboards, and the way the shadows danced and writhed in the periphery of his vision. The silence itself felt charged, heavy with an unseen presence, a silent observer lurking just beyond the threshold of his perception. The episodes were becoming more frequent, more intense. He found himself trapped in this state of paralyzed terror night after night, his sleep shattered by these nightmarish interludes. The fear was relentless, a pervasive dread that seeped into his waking hours, leaving him exhausted, jittery, and perpetually on edge. His grades suffered, his social life withered, and a gnawing sense of isolation consumed him. He tried to tell people, his friends, his family, but his words failed to capture the sheer terror of his experience. They suggested stress, fatigue, even sleep apnea. He understood their skepticism, his descriptions sounded fantastical, bordering on the surreal. How could he explain the feeling of being pinned down by an invisible weight, of being watched by something that wasn't there, of feeling the icy breath of a phantom entity on his neck? He began researching, delving into the obscure corners of the internet, searching for answers, for explanations. He stumbled upon accounts similar to his own, tales of sleep paralysis, of the old hag, of shadow people. He read descriptions of the terrifying immobility, the sense of oppression, the feeling of being watched, the icy breath on the skin. He found solace in the shared experiences, a grim comfort in knowing he wasn't alone in his torment. Yet, the knowledge offered little relief. The accounts only intensified his fear, painting a vivid picture of the unseen entities that lurked in the shadows, waiting to prey on the vulnerable moments of sleep. He began to suspect that his sleep paralysis wasn't just a physiological phenomenon, but something far more sinister, something that reached beyond the confines of his own mind. The sense of dread intensified. The feeling of being watched evolved into a feeling of being hunted, pursued by an unseen predator that stalked him in the darkness between worlds. The episodes became more complex, more vivid, weaving together fragments of reality and nightmare into a disturbing tapestry of terror. He found himself in familiar settings, his own bedroom, his college dorm, the library, distorted and twisted into grotesque parodies of their waking selves. He saw shapes in the shadows, figures that lurked just beyond the edge of his vision, their forms shifting and indistinct, yet undeniably menacing. Sometimes they were just shadows, amorphous and formless, their presence alone enough to fill him with chilling dread. Other times, they coalesced into more defined entities, humanoid shapes with elongated limbs and sharp, angular features, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Their movements were unnatural, jerky and spasmodic, as if defying the laws of physics. They seemed to glide rather than walk, their forms shimmering and distorting, existing on the edge of reality. They never spoke, never directly interacted, but their silent presence alone was enough to fill him with a paralyzing fear. He felt their gaze upon him, a weightless yet palpable presence that seemed to penetrate his very soul. The weight on his chest felt less like simple pressure now, and more like a palpable entity, a heavy, suffocating thing pressing down on him, stealing his breath. He would struggle, but the paralysis was complete. He couldn't even wiggle a finger, his limbs heavy and unresponsive. The darkness around him seemed to pulse with a life of its own, alive with unseen energies that throbbed and whispered. He started seeing things in the peripheral, flickering lights, sudden movements, the rustling of unseen things in the corners of his room. His mind conjured images, grotesque faces leering from the shadows, long, skeletal fingers reaching for him from the darkness, disembodied whispers whispering his name in a language he couldn't understand. The sleep paralysis was no longer just a physical experience, it had become a psychological torture. His fear became a self-fulfilling prophecy, his anticipation fueled the vividness of the hallucinations, the intensity of the paralysis, the very nature of his terror. He spent his waking hours in a state of constant anxiety, jumping at shadows and startled by sudden noises. The world felt different, altered, as if a thin veil had been lifted, revealing a sinister and terrifying reality lurking beneath the surface. He felt exposed, vulnerable, a prey animal caught in the headlights. The nightmares bled into his waking life, leaving him confused, disoriented, and unsure of what was real and what wasn't. The line between dream and reality blurred, leaving him in a state of perpetual uncertainty, a constant state of heightened awareness, a perpetual sense of dread. The simple act of falling asleep became a terrifying ordeal, a descent into the abyss of his own fears. Sleep was no longer a refuge, but a battlefield where he fought a constant, losing battle against the unseen forces that hunted him in the darkness. The weight of fear, once a subtle burden, now pressed down on him with the crushing force of a physical entity, threatening to suffocate him body and soul. The pressure on his chest intensified, no longer a simple weight but a crushing force, as if a colossal entity had settled upon him. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating silence. Then he saw it. It wasn't a shadow, not merely a figment of his overwrought imagination. This was something else. It coalesced from the darkness, a grotesque parody of humanity, its form shifting and writhing like smoke in a gale. Its skin, if it could be called skin, seemed to be made of shadows themselves, constantly shifting, reforming, obscuring its true nature. The eyes, however, were fixed, burning with an unholy light that seemed to pierce the very fabric of his being. They were like pits of molten coal, reflecting the fear in his own eyes, feeding on it, growing stronger. The creature was tall and impossibly thin, its limbs elongated and skeletal, like the branches of a dead tree clawing at the air. Its hands were long and spidery, tipped with claws that seemed impossibly sharp, capable of tearing through flesh and bone with effortless ease. The mouth was a jagged maw, filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth that seemed to drip with an unseen, viscous substance. Its breath was a chilling gust, not of air, but of something akin to ice and decay, a wave of primordial dread washing over him. It didn't speak, not in any language he understood. There was no sound, only the oppressive silence punctuated by the frantic pounding of his own heart. Yet, he felt its presence acutely, a malevolent intelligence that seemed to reach into his very soul, probing, searching, feeding. It was a predatory presence, ancient and evil, and he was its prey. The creature began to move, not in the smooth, fluid movements of a living being, but with jerky, spasmodic motions, like a marionette whose strings were pulled by an unseen puppeteer. It glided across the room, its shadow stretching and contorting, seeming to defy the boundaries of space and time. He felt a cold dread seep into his bones, a primal terror that transcended his rational mind. He tried again to scream, to move, but the paralysis held him fast, a prisoner in his own body, trapped in the silent theater of his own terror. The creature seemed to be aware of his terror, its presence intensifying, its unholy eyes boring into his very essence. It approached his bed, its shadow looming over him like a shroud. He felt its cold gaze upon him, a weightless yet crushing presence that seemed to suck the very air from his lungs. He could almost feel its breath on his skin, icy and sharp, leaving a trail of goosebumps in its wake. This was not the old hag, nor were these simply shadow people. This was something far more ancient, far more sinister, something drawn from the deepest, darkest recesses of the human psyche. This was the embodiment of his fears, the manifestation of his nightmares. This was the creature that fed on his terror, that thrived on his despair. He had read about such things in his frantic online searches, fragmented tales of demonic entities that preyed on the vulnerable in their sleep. He had scoffed at the accounts, dismissing them as the product of fevered imaginations, but now, staring into the burning coal of the creature's eyes, he knew. He knew that the stories were true, that these things existed, that they were real. The creature bent over him, its shadow enveloping him, the icy tendrils of its presence wrapping around him like a suffocating shroud. He could feel its presence, an entity of pure evil, its icy breath a whisper against his ear. He braced himself for pain, for death, but it didn't come. Instead, the creature remained suspended above him, its presence a palpable weight, an oppressive force that seemed to draw the very life force from his body. He felt his spirit draining away, replaced by a cold, empty void. His fear wasn't just terror anymore, it was a hollow ache, a profound sense of desolation. He was not just paralyzed, he was being consumed, devoured by this creature of nightmare, its existence fueled by his very essence. Time became meaningless. He existed only in this moment, suspended between life and death, a victim to the whims of this infernal being. Suddenly, as quickly as it appeared, the creature vanished, melting back into the darkness as if it had never been there. The weight lifted from his chest, leaving him gasping for breath, his body trembling violently. The paralysis receded, his limbs regaining their function. He lay there, bathed in the cold sweat of terror, his heart pounding against his ribs like a frantic drum. He scrambled out of bed, his body shaking uncontrollably, his mind racing. He needed to get out of the room, out of the apartment, away from this place where the line between reality and nightmare had become hopelessly blurred. He fumbled for his phone, the cold metal a reassuring weight in his trembling hand. He stumbled into the bathroom, the cold tile floor shocking his bare feet. He looked in the mirror, his reflection a stranger's face, gaunt, pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. He noticed something, etched into his skin, just beneath his collarbone. A faint, three-fingered claw mark, like a brand. The terror returned, even stronger than before. He had escaped the immediate presence of the creature, but he knew it wouldn't be the last time. The creature had marked him, claiming him as its own. He had glimpsed the abyss, the terrible truth that lurked in the shadows, and it was a truth that would haunt him, leaving him forever on the precipice of madness. His room, once a sanctuary of comfort, now seemed alien and hostile, a prison of fear. He looked around the room, noticing subtle changes, shifts in the shadows that hadn't been there before. Every corner seemed to hold a lurking menace, every shadow to conceal a dark secret. The ordinary objects in his room, the books, the desk, the chair, seemed to pulsate with a dark energy, imbued with the malevolence of the demonic presence. His sleep paralysis wasn't just a medical condition, it was an invitation, a gateway. He was being hunted, pursued by an entity that existed both in the realm of dreams and waking life. The creature wasn't just a figment of his imagination, it was something real, something ancient, something evil. The nightmares continued, intensifying in vividness and frequency. He began to lose track of time, blurring the lines between sleep and wakefulness. He spent his waking hours in a state of perpetual anxiety, his senses heightened, his mind racing. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being stalked, of being hunted by something unseen, something that knew his deepest fears and exploited them mercilessly. The claw marks on his skin didn't disappear. In fact, they seemed to spread, like tendrils of shadow, reaching out across his body, leaving a trail of icy dread in their wake. He tried to tell people, his friends, his family, but they dismissed his stories, attributing his fears to mental stress. They didn't understand. They couldn't understand. How could he explain the visceral terror, the cold breath on his skin, the crushing weight of a demonic presence? How could he explain the feeling of being marked, of being hunted by a creature from the deepest circles of hell? He continued his research, delving deeper into the dark recesses of the internet, searching for answers, for help, for salvation. He found communities of others who suffered the same affliction, who shared similar tales of terrifying encounters with shadowy entities. They discussed methods of protection, rituals, and amulets meant to ward off the malevolent spirits. The accounts gave him some twisted solace, but they also added to his growing horror, confirming the reality of his nightmares, the terrifying truth he couldn't escape. The weight on his chest was not simply a feeling of oppression but a physical presence, a suffocating weight that threatened to crush his spirit as well as his body. The nightmares continued, weaving together his waking reality with a world of shadows and terrors, creating a nightmarish tapestry of fear that completely destabilized his world. He couldn't escape the sense that the creature would return, that he was permanently marked, a prey animal stalked by the demon of his sleep paralysis. He was caught in a cycle of terror, a waking nightmare that fed on his fear, a cycle that seemed to have no end. The chilling truth was that this was only the beginning. His life had become a horrifying struggle for survival in the space between worlds, between the living and the dead, between sanity and utter madness. His every breath became a constant reminder of the unseen presence that lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim him. The icy tendrils of fear tightened around him, a vice grip on his chest that made each breath a laborious struggle. He wasn't simply paralyzed, he felt crushed, as if the weight of the world, nay, the weight of something far older and more sinister than the world, pressed down on him. His muscles screamed in protest, his lungs burned, but he remained utterly immobile, a puppet on strings manipulated by an unseen hand. He tried to scream, to call out, but only a strangled gasp escaped his lips. The entity, this nightmare-made flesh, seemed to feed on his desperation, its presence growing stronger with each failed attempt to break free. He felt a cold, clammy sweat slicking his skin, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs, a desperate drum solo against the deafening silence. His mind, usually a fortress of reason, crumbled under the onslaught. The rational part of him screamed, desperately trying to cling to the sanity it was rapidly losing. "This isn't real," it whispered, "it's just sleep paralysis. It's just a dream." But the rational mind was losing the battle. The raw, primal fear that flooded his senses overpowered logic, leaving him adrift in a sea of terror. He focused, trying to employ the techniques he'd read about, the eye movements, the muscle twitches, anything to break the paralysis. But it was useless. The entity's grip tightened, its presence growing more tangible, more oppressive. He could almost feel its gaze, burning into him, an unholy stare that seemed to penetrate his very soul. The darkness of the room seemed to press in on him, the walls closing in, suffocating him. Every shadow seemed to writhe and shift, threatening to coalesce into something monstrous. His imagination, already frayed at the edges, conjured up horrifying images, gnarled claws, sharp teeth, eyes burning with malevolent intent. He felt a strange disconnect, a warping of reality. The familiar contours of his bedroom were distorted, stretched, twisted into nightmarish parodies of their former selves. The wooden floorboards beneath him felt slick and cold, as if made of ice. The familiar scent of his sheets was replaced by a metallic tang, something sickly and unpleasant, like the smell of blood. His terror wasn't just fear, it was a visceral experience, an assault on all his senses. The silence itself became a terrifying weapon, an oppressive blanket stifling every sound, every breath. He felt utterly alone, utterly helpless, a tiny speck of humanity caught in the vast, suffocating maw of a cosmic horror. Then, a flicker. A faint light, like a spark in the suffocating darkness. It was small, insignificant, but it ignited a flicker of hope within him. He focused on it, clinging to it with desperate tenacity, willing it to grow stronger, to pull him back from the abyss. He concentrated on the light, visualizing it expanding, pushing back the darkness, the fear. He imagined it as a beacon, a guiding star in the vast expanse of his terror. He willed himself to move, to break the paralysis, to fight back against the crushing weight of the entity. It was a slow, agonizing process. Muscle by muscle, he fought against the overwhelming pressure, inching his way towards freedom. The light intensified, becoming brighter, more focused. He focused on his breathing, concentrating on the rhythm of his inhalations and exhalations, using it as an anchor in the storm. The fight was exhausting, draining every ounce of energy from him, but he didn't give up. He had to win. He had to escape. Slowly, painfully, he felt the paralysis begin to recede. The crushing weight on his chest lessened, and he gasped, sucking in great gulps of air. His limbs twitched, then moved, shaking at first, then stronger, gaining control. He burst into motion, throwing off the covers and scrambling out of bed. His heart hammered against his ribs, his lungs burned, but he was free. He was free, at least for now. He looked around his room, the darkness now holding no terrifying power. The shadows were just shadows, and the silence held no threatening power. But the fear remained, a lingering chill that clung to him, a constant reminder of the terrifying ordeal he had just endured. He could still feel the ghostly imprint of the entity on his chest, a cold pressure that seemed to permeate his very being. The image of the creature, grotesque and terrifying, was burned into his memory, a horrifying tableau played out in the theater of his mind. He stumbled to the bathroom, his body trembling uncontrollably. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, seeing the stark terror in his eyes, the gaunt, pale features that mirrored the horrors he had faced. He touched his chest, feeling the phantom pressure, but the physical marks were gone. For now. This encounter, this struggle against the sleep paralysis demon, left him profoundly changed. The fear, the helplessness, the visceral horror he experienced, etched themselves deeply into his psyche, transforming his view of the world, of sleep, of reality itself. The line between dreams and reality had become dangerously blurred, leaving him perpetually on edge, his senses ever alert, his mind racing with an insidious anxiety that refused to abate. The darkness had visited him, and a part of it remained, a chilling reminder of the unseen terrors that lurked just beyond the veil of sleep. His nightly ritual now included a series of protective measures, amulets and charms, protective mantras and prayers, an arsenal against the potential return of the creature. He tried to convince himself it had been a singular event, a horrific anomaly. But a part of him knew that was a lie. A deep-seated fear told him this was only the beginning of his nightmare. The entity hadn't just visited him, it had claimed him, marking him as prey. He was forever changed, forever haunted by the shadow that dwelled in the space between worlds, the horrifying reality of his sleep paralysis demon. He was trapped in a relentless cycle of terror, a waking nightmare from which he might never awaken. His existence was now a constant struggle, a desperate fight against an unseen enemy, against the lurking darkness that threatened to consume him body and soul. The fear was not just something to be overcome, it became a part of him, a permanent resident of his existence, a constant companion in his horrifying new reality. He wasn't simply afraid, he was marked, a victim, and the hunt had begun. The lingering chill of the encounter clung to him like a shroud, a constant reminder of the terrifying proximity of the unseen. He found himself obsessively checking the corners of his room, the shadows now imbued with a malevolent sentience he'd never known before. Sleep, once a refuge, had become a terrifying battleground, a nightly wrestling match against an unseen foe. The fear wasn't just in the darkness, it was in the quiet moments, the stillness between breaths, the subtle creaks of the old house. Days bled into nights, each sunrise offering only temporary reprieve from the encroaching dread. He found himself drawn to research, a desperate attempt to understand the nature of the entity that had invaded his sleep. He scoured the internet, delving into forums and websites dedicated to the paranormal, seeking answers, hoping to find some solace in shared experience, some explanation that might alleviate the suffocating terror. His research led him down a rabbit hole of sleep paralysis accounts, tales of shadowy figures, the old hag, and the chilling reality of nocturnal encounters. He learned about the various techniques people used to combat the paralysis, focusing on breathing, attempting eye movements, willing the body to move, techniques that had proven useless against his own personal demon. He started to notice a pattern in his nightmares. The creature always appeared in the same dimly lit space, a space that felt strangely familiar, yet utterly alien. There was a recurring architectural feature in the nightmares, a Gothic archway that always seemed to be the gateway for the creature's entrance into the dream space. The archway, dark and menacing, seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, a dark heart beating in the night. Then, a seemingly insignificant detail sparked a new line of inquiry. A recurring symbol, barely discernible in the shadowy corners of his nightly terrors, a symbol that looked eerily familiar. It was a crest, a dark, stylized emblem, half hidden in the darkness of the dreamscape, but always present. He recognized its distinctive features, a raven perched on a tombstone, a single flickering candle below, a crest that felt chillingly familiar. Driven by an unsettling urge, he started researching the history of Blackwood University, his college. He spent countless hours in the university archives, sifting through dusty tomes, yellowed newspapers, and forgotten photographs. Days turned into weeks, and the weight of his obsession, a heavy cloak of dread, grew. The university library became his sanctuary, his battlefield, and his prison, the scent of aging paper and leather replacing the pervasive odor of fear that had permeated his life. Finally, amidst the archive's forgotten treasures, he found it, a reference to a tragic event from the university's distant past, a story that sent a shiver down his spine. A construction accident, it read, during the original building of the main hall, an accident that claimed the lives of several workers. The article spoke of strange rumors following the accident, tales of unexplained occurrences, whispers of a malevolent presence lingering on the campus grounds. But the accompanying image was what truly stunned him. An illustration, or possibly an etching, showcased the university's original crest. The design was similar to the one he'd seen in his nightmares, almost identical. But there was a crucial difference. The image in the archival document showed not a raven but a grotesque, shadowy figure perched atop the tombstone, a creature that mirrored the sleep paralysis demon he had encountered. The details connected. The Gothic archway featured in his nightmares matched the architectural style of the original main hall where the accident occurred. The raven in the modern crest was a changed detail. The original crest featured the monstrous entity, hidden, but still visible, a concealed secret of the university. It was a startling revelation, a chilling connection that linked his personal terror to a dark, hidden piece of the university's history. The accident, he began to suspect, was more than just a construction mishap. The whispers, the unexplained occurrences, the altered crest, all pointed towards a deeper, more sinister truth. The demon he faced, he now believed, was somehow tied to the tragedy, a malevolent entity bound to the grounds of the university, its presence fueled by the dark energy of the past. He was not merely a victim of sleep paralysis, he was a victim of a far greater, more ancient evil. His fight was no longer merely against a nightmare, it was a fight against the lingering remnants of a centuries-old curse, a dark secret buried deep within the very foundations of his college. His research extended beyond the archives. He began interviewing older professors, groundskeepers, and even retired janitors, searching for echoes of the whispers, for any hint of the truth behind the legend. Some dismissed him as a feverish student, others offered cryptic stories laced with fear and hushed tones. One old groundskeeper, his eyes filled with a profound and unsettling sadness, told him tales of unsettling events, strange occurrences in the old parts of campus, echoing sounds in empty halls, and the feeling of being watched. He spoke of a dark energy, a lingering presence that never truly left the grounds, a persistent feeling of being watched even in the brightest daylight. The more he learned, the more convinced he became that the entity was real, its roots reaching deep into the dark history of the university. The nightmare was not just a personal experience, it was a reflection of a larger, hidden horror, a malevolent force that had been dormant for years, waiting, perhaps, for a host, a conduit, or a sacrifice. And he, unwittingly, had become that vessel. Sleep became a terrifying battlefield. Every night, he faced the demon, its form shifting, its power growing, seemingly fueled by his growing knowledge of its origins. He started to see the demon not merely as a creature of nightmare, but as a guardian, a protector of the dark secret, a sentinel guarding the hidden truth. He was trapped in a horrifying loop, his research fueling his nightmares fueling his research, a terrifying synergy between the waking world and the terrifying realm of his sleep. He was no longer merely afraid, he was possessed, hunted, and utterly alone in his struggle against a force far older and more powerful than himself. His quest for understanding had transformed him into a target, and the entity's hold on him intensified with each passing night. The darkness had embraced him completely, and escape seemed impossible. The hunt, once confined to his dreams, now spilled over into his waking life, a perpetual nightmare where each dawn brought only the bitter promise of another night's terror. The line between reality and the realm of the demon had blurred, leaving him stranded in a desolate landscape between two worlds, caught in the suffocating grip of a history he never wanted to uncover. The weight of the university's dark past pressed down on him, threatening to crush him beneath its malevolent shadow. He was consumed, a pawn in a centuries-old game, and the stakes were his very soul. The weight of the university's dark secret pressed down on him, a suffocating burden that threatened to crush him. He was caught in a vice, the jaws tightening with each passing day. The demon, no longer a mere figment of his nightmares, had become a tangible presence, its icy breath chilling him even in the brightest sunlight. He felt its influence seeping into his waking hours, whispering insidious suggestions, twisting his thoughts, corrupting his judgment. He knew he had to choose. Confrontation, a terrifying leap into the abyss, or surrender, a slow descent into madness and oblivion. He had spent weeks trapped in this agonizing limbo, a prisoner of his own fear, paralyzed by the immensity of the evil he had unleashed. But the endless nights of terror, the creeping dread that clung to him like a shroud, finally broke his paralysis. He couldn't continue to run. He had to fight. The decision made, a chilling resolve settled over him, replacing the suffocating fear with a desperate, icy determination. He spent the next few days preparing, poring over the historical documents again, searching for a weakness, a chink in the demon's armor. He learned about the rituals associated with binding such entities, the intricate incantations, the symbolic objects required. His research became a frantic race against time, a desperate attempt to arm himself against an ancient evil. He discovered an old, leather-bound book hidden within a forgotten alcove in the library's deepest recesses. Its pages, brittle with age, contained a chilling account of the original construction accident, detailing not only the deaths of the workers but also the desperate attempts of a university chaplain to contain the malevolent entity that had been unleashed. The book described a ritual, a binding spell, and the location of a specific artifact, a silver amulet said to possess the power to subdue the demon. The amulet, according to the book, was hidden somewhere within the original foundation of the main hall, a location the chaplain had deemed the heart of the darkness. The book detailed the location using cryptic clues and symbols that mirrored the recurring imagery in his nightmares. He had to find the amulet. He had to stop the demon. That night, armed with the knowledge from the book, a compass, and a flickering candle, he ventured into the bowels of the university's oldest building, the main hall. The air was thick with an unnatural chill, the silence broken only by the rhythmic drip of water and the distant creaks of the ancient structure. Each shadow seemed to writhe and twist, the darkness alive with a palpable malevolent energy. He felt the demon's presence keenly, a cold, spectral touch that sent shivers down his spine. Following the cryptic clues, he navigated the labyrinthine corridors, the damp stone walls closing in around him. The air grew colder, the silence more profound, the weight of the centuries pressing down upon him. He reached the location described in the book, a hidden chamber beneath the main hall, a space sealed off from the rest of the building for centuries. The chamber was dark, damp, and eerily silent. The only light came from his flickering candle, casting long, dancing shadows on the ancient stone walls. In the center of the chamber, nestled amongst the rubble and debris, he found it, a tarnished silver amulet, etched with symbols that echoed the nightmare's imagery. It pulsed faintly with a cold light, a tangible manifestation of the entity's dark energy. He picked it up, the cold metal biting into his skin. As he held it, a wave of overwhelming power washed over him, a force that seemed to penetrate his very being. The air crackled with energy, the silence broken by a low, guttural growl. The demon was near. He began the ritual, his voice trembling as he uttered the ancient incantations, the words echoing in the chamber's oppressive silence. The amulet glowed brighter, its light pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The air vibrated, the shadows swirling and twisting, the very stone walls seeming to breathe. Then it appeared. The demon, a grotesque amalgamation of shadow and nightmare, materialized before him, its form shifting and changing, its eyes burning with malevolent rage. It was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined, its presence a palpable wave of pure evil. The confrontation was brutal. A terrifying battle of wills, a clash between ancient evil and desperate courage. He fought with the amulet, its cold light pushing back against the demon's overwhelming power. He chanted the incantations, his voice hoarse, his body trembling with exertion and fear. The fight was long and arduous, a grueling test of will and determination. The demon attacked with spectral claws, icy blasts of energy, and waves of psychological torment that threatened to shatter his sanity. But he persevered, his resolve fueled by the sheer terror of defeat, his determination fueled by the hope of survival. Finally, exhausted but unbroken, he managed to subdue the demon, the amulet's light overpowering the entity's dark energy. The creature shrieked, its form dissolving into shadows, its power fading, its malevolent energy dissipating. The silence returned, heavier and more profound than before, a silence pregnant with the weight of the history that had just been resolved. He collapsed, his body drained, his mind reeling. He had won, but at a terrible cost. The experience had left him scarred, changed. He knew that the darkness, though subdued, was not entirely gone. He had fought a battle, but the war was far from over. The university's dark secret was still hidden, the truth still shrouded in the shadows. The ending, while seemingly a victory, remained ambiguous, the future uncertain, a chilling and unsettling note that left the reader wondering. He had faced the demon, defeated it, but he knew, deep down, that a part of it, a fragment of its malevolent energy, remained, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to return. The battle was won, but the war had only just begun. The lingering fear, the weight of the university's dark past, remained a constant presence, a silent specter haunting the corridors of his mind. He had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had stared back. He had survived, but he would never be the same. The lingering shadow of doubt, the chilling uncertainty of the future, haunted him more than any creature of the night ever could. The victory was bittersweet, a Pyrrhic triumph bought at the cost of his innocence, his peace of mind, and perhaps even his sanity. The fight was over, but the lingering dread remained. Story 2, The Whispering Walls. The old house groaned under the weight of the night, a symphony of settling timbers and sighing drafts that had become the soundtrack to Alara's life. She'd lived there for 70 years, outlasting husbands, children, and most of her friends. The house, a Victorian relic clinging stubbornly to the edge of town, had become an extension of herself, its bones as withered and creaky as her own. But lately, something had changed. A new note had been added to the familiar orchestra of the house, a discordant whisper that chilled her to the bone. It started subtly, a faint rustling, like the whisper of dry leaves against a window pane on a windless night. Then it became more distinct, a murmuring, a sibilant sound that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. At first, she dismissed it as the wind, or perhaps the settling of the ancient plaster. But the whispers grew bolder, more insistent. They weren't the comforting sounds of a settling home. They were the disquieting murmurs of something else. She tried to ignore it, to drown out the insidious sounds with the radio, the television, even the incessant ticking of her grandfather clock. But the whispers persisted, weaving themselves into the fabric of the night, slithering around the comforting noises, making them seem hollow and distant. They were most prevalent in the dead of night, when the house was still, when only the faintest moonlight pierced the heavy drapes. They were soft, yet somehow penetrating, like the faintest touch of icy fingers on her skin. The whispers weren't words, not exactly. They were more like sounds, a collection of hisses and sighs and murmurs that seemed to shift and change, forming fleeting patterns that tantalized her subconscious but remained elusive to her conscious mind. They were like half-remembered dreams, fragments of forgotten conversations, the echoes of voices long silenced. Sometimes, she thought she could discern shapes within the sounds, fleeting images that flickered at the edges of her vision like ghosts in the periphery. Distorted faces, shadowy figures, glimpses of scenes she couldn't quite grasp. The old house seemed to amplify the whispers, each creak and groan of the timbers acting as a resonator, enhancing the eerie sounds until they were almost unbearable. The floorboards groaned under her weight, the pipes hissed and gurgled, and the wind howled outside like a tormented soul. These familiar noises, once comforting, now felt menacing, interwoven with the whispers, creating a terrifying symphony of dread. Elara started to sleep less, her nights filled with unsettling dreams mirroring the whispers. She dreamt of shadowy figures lurking in the corners of her room, their forms shifting and indistinct, their presence chilling her to the core. She would wake with a jolt, her heart pounding, the whispers still echoing in her ears. The line between dream and reality blurred, and she began to question her sanity. Was she losing her mind? Or was the house truly haunted? She tried talking to her neighbors, but they dismissed her concerns. They said she was old, lonely, her mind playing tricks on her. They didn't understand, they couldn't hear the whispers. Only she could hear them, a chilling isolation that amplified her fear. She felt utterly alone, trapped in her creaking old house with the whispering walls. One night, the whispers intensified. They were louder, closer, and more distinct. It felt like the walls themselves were vibrating, the very foundation of the house shuddering under some unseen pressure. Elara felt a cold dread creep up her spine, a primal fear that transcended mere apprehension. She felt watched, observed by unseen eyes lurking just beyond the veil of reality. She clutched her shawl tighter, her knuckles white. She tried to pinpoint the source of the whispers, tracing them through the house. She followed the sounds to the old, disused nursery, a room she'd avoided for years, a space haunted by memories of a childhood she'd tried to forget. She hesitated at the door, a cold shiver running down her spine. The whispers were strongest here, a chorus of sibilant murmurs that seemed to beckon her inside. With trembling hands, she opened the door. The room was dark, dust motes dancing in the faint moonlight filtering through the grimy windows. The air hung heavy with the smell of decay and old memories. She felt a palpable sense of unease, a chilling presence that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. The whispers intensified as she entered, swirling around her like an unseen entity. She reached out, her hand brushing against the cold, damp wall. The surface felt strangely alive, pulsing with a faint vibration that mirrored the whispers. She pressed her ear against the wall, trying to decipher the source of the sound. Suddenly, she felt a tremor, a subtle shift in the wall. A section of the old plaster crumbled away, revealing a small, hidden cavity within the wall. Inside, she saw a collection of old letters, their ink faded and smudged, their words lost to time. She reached into the cavity and retrieved one of the letters, her fingers brushing against something cold and hard. It was a small, tarnished silver locket. As she touched it, the whisper ceased. The silence that followed was deafening, yet strangely reassuring. As she examined the locket, a sense of calm settled over her. It held a small picture of a young woman, her eyes full of sorrow. The back of the locket was engraved with a single word, forgive. The mystery of the whispering walls remained, but a profound sense of peace settled over her. The whispers were no longer terrifying, they were merely a sad song from the past. The house, still old and creaky, was now a sanctuary, not a cage. The echoes of the past, once menacing, were now a part of her, and she was at peace with the house and herself. The weight of the years lifted, and she felt a profound connection to the house, a bond that had transcended time and fear. The whispers were gone, but the memory of the locket, the young woman's sorrow, and the word forgive, remained, a poignant echo of the house's secrets, a reminder of the passage of time, and the enduring power of forgiveness. The silence following the discovery of the locket was profound, a stark contrast to the relentless whispering that had plagued Elara for weeks. It felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted, not just from the house, but from her own soul. Yet, the absence of the whispers left a void, a lingering echo of the unsettling sounds that had become so deeply ingrained in her existence. It was as if a part of her had been silenced along with the walls. Days turned into weeks. The house, still creaking and groaning in its old age, felt different. The familiar sounds no longer held the same menacing undertones. They were simply the sounds of an aging building settling into its twilight years. But the memory of the whispers, the chilling murmurings that had invaded her nights and haunted her days, remained a vivid presence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across her living room, Alara decided to revisit the cavity in the wall. A strange compulsion urged her to delve further into the house's secrets. She returned to the disused nursery, the air still heavy with the scent of dust and forgotten memories. She reached into the cavity, her fingers tracing the rough surface of the wall. This time, however, she found more than just old letters. Beneath the letters, nestled deep within the recesses of the wall, lay a small, leather-bound journal. Its cover was worn and cracked, the leather brittle with age. The pages within were yellowed and fragile, the ink faded but still discernible. With trembling hands, Alara carefully opened the journal, her heart pounding in her chest. The journal belonged to the young woman in the locket's picture. Her name, she learned, was Eliza. The entries were sporadic, written over many years, revealing a story of heartbreak, despair, and a chilling secret that resonated with the whispers Alara had heard. Eliza's early entries spoke of her happiness, her love for her husband, and the joy of raising their children in a grand old house. But the tone shifted gradually, turning darker and more desperate as the entries progressed. The words, scattered and fragmented, alluded to a growing sense of unease, a feeling of being watched, of being followed by an unseen presence. The whispers started subtly, Eliza wrote in one entry, her handwriting elegant yet shaky. At first, I thought it was the wind, the house settling. But then, they began to form words. Words I couldn't understand, but words that filled me with dread. Another entry described a recurring nightmare, a terrifying vision of shadowy figures lurking in the corners of her room, their faces obscured by darkness, their presence both terrifying and alluring. They whisper my name, she wrote, a sibilant sound that chills me to the bone. They speak of things I cannot comprehend, of things that should not exist. As Alara read further, the fragmented sentences began to coalesce, forming a terrifying narrative. Eliza described a growing sense of isolation, a feeling that she was trapped within the walls of the house, her cries for help unheard, her pleas unanswered. The whispers, she wrote, were not just sounds, but voices, the voices of entities trapped within the house's very structure, whispering their pain, their anger, their longing for release. The journal revealed that the whispers were a curse, an ancient, malevolent force tied to the land on which the house was built. Generations of inhabitants had experienced similar phenomena, their lives consumed by the house's dark secrets. Eliza's entries chronicled her desperate attempts to break the curse, to silence the whispers, to escape the terrifying presence that haunted her. Her efforts, however, were futile. The whispers grew stronger, the shadows more menacing. The line between sanity and madness blurred, and Eliza's entries became increasingly erratic, her writing a frantic scrawl that reflected her mental deterioration. The final entry was particularly chilling. It was a single, desperate sentence, "They are taking me. They are becoming one with me. Forgive me." The words were stained with tears, the ink smeared and blotted. Below the sentence, a crude drawing depicted a shadowy figure engulfing a woman, her features indistinct, swallowed by the darkness. Closing the journal, Alara felt a profound sense of sadness and understanding. The whispers, she now realized, were not merely sounds, but the echoes of Eliza's pain, her desperate pleas for forgiveness, her tragic story trapped within the walls of the house. The locket, the word forgive, and the journal's contents painted a vivid picture of Eliza's descent into madness, her final moments lost in the grip of the house's dark curse. Alara spent days poring over the journal, piecing together Eliza's fragmented story, trying to comprehend the full extent of the curse. She researched the history of the house, delving into ancient land records and local folklore, searching for any clues that might shed light on the origins of the malevolent force that had haunted Eliza and her predecessors. Her research revealed tales of ancient rituals, forgotten burial grounds, and dark legends associated with the land. The house, she discovered, was built on a site of significant spiritual power, a nexus point where the veil between the living world and the spirit world was thin. The more Alara learned, the more she understood the depth of the house's malevolence. The whispers weren't random, they were deliberate, designed to break the spirit of the inhabitants, to drive them to madness. They were a form of psychological torture, a subtle manipulation of the mind, designed to erode sanity and instill terror. The house itself seemed to be a living entity, feeding on the despair and fear of its inhabitants, its dark energy fueled by their suffering. The final piece of the puzzle came from an old, handwritten document she found tucked away in a dusty attic trunk. It was a spell, a ritual designed to contain the malevolent force that haunted the house. The spell, written in a language she initially didn't understand, spoke of ancient deities and forgotten practices, of binding the darkness and silencing its whispers. Armed with this knowledge, Alara decided to confront the house's curse. She spent weeks studying the ancient text, deciphering the cryptic symbols and understanding the intricacies of the ritual. The process was challenging, demanding, and fraught with danger. But Alara was determined to break the curse, to free the house and its tormented spirits from their centuries-old imprisonment. The ritual itself was a harrowing experience, a nightmarish ordeal that pushed her to the limits of her physical and mental endurance. The house seemed to fight back, the whispers intensifying, the shadows growing more menacing. But Alara persevered, her determination fueled by a profound sense of compassion for Eliza and the countless others who had suffered under the house's dark influence. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the ritual was complete. A wave of pure energy washed over her, a cleansing force that banished the darkness and silenced the whispers forever. The house, once a place of terror, now felt peaceful, calm, the air light and free from the chilling presence that had haunted it for generations. Alara felt a profound sense of accomplishment, a deep satisfaction in knowing that she had broken the curse, freeing the house and its tormented spirits. The echoes of the past remained, a poignant reminder of the house's dark history, but the whispers were gone, replaced by a sense of tranquility that settled over the old house and into Alara's heart. The weight of the years lifted, and she knew, with a certainty that transcended doubt, that she was finally at peace with the house, with Eliza, and most importantly, with herself. The house stood silent, its secrets revealed, its whispers finally stilled. The stillness of the house, once achieved, felt almost unnatural. It was a silence pregnant with the absence of something, the unsettling hush after a violent storm, the unnerving quiet following a scream. The whispers were gone, but their echo lingered, a phantom sensation in Alara's ears, a ghost of a sound clinging to the edges of her perception. She found herself straining to hear, her senses hyper-alert, listening for the faintest rustle, the slightest creak, the ghost of a murmur. The absence was as unsettling as the presence had been. Days bled into nights, and the house settled into a new rhythm, a rhythm devoid of the malevolent whispers. Yet, a different kind of unease began to creep into Alara's life. The house, now silent, seemed to have found a new way to unsettle her. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible, a book falling from a shelf when no one was near, the faint scent of lavender, a scent she'd never used, drifting from an empty room, a feeling of being watched in the periphery of her vision. One evening, while preparing dinner, she heard a distinct click from the hallway. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest, her senses screaming at her to run, to hide, to escape the insidious feeling of dread that washed over her. Slowly, cautiously, she walked towards the hallway, her hand instinctively reaching for a heavy, antique candlestick holder that lay nearby. The hallway was bathed in the soft glow of a single lamp, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. Everything seemed to be in its place. There was no obvious explanation for the click. Yet, the feeling of being watched intensified, a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, a premonition of something sinister about to occur. She returned to the kitchen, but the feeling persisted. It was as if the house itself was trying to communicate, using methods far more subtle, far more unsettling than the whispers had ever been. That night, sleep evaded her. The silence of the house, once a source of relief, now felt oppressive. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the aging structure, sounded like a footstep, a whisper, a sigh of something unseen, something malevolent, moving in the shadows. She tried to rationalize it, to explain away the inexplicable, but the unsettling feeling persisted. It was as if the very fabric of the house was alive, subtly shifting, breathing, reacting to her presence. As the night deepened, the house seemed to come alive. Objects moved on their own accord. A chair scraped across the wooden floor. A porcelain doll tumbled from a shelf, landing with a soft thud that echoed in the stillness of the night. Lights flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist, like living things. The air grew heavy, thick with an unseen presence, a chilling energy that wrapped around her like a shroud. She could feel the house watching her, probing her, testing her resolve. The feeling was akin to sleep paralysis, that terrifying state between wakefulness and sleep, where one is fully aware but completely unable to move. Yet, she was awake, her body responsive, but a profound sense of helplessness washed over her, a chilling realization that she was trapped in the house's malevolent game. The house, in its newfound silence, was playing a different kind of game, one of subtle manipulation, of creeping dread. Days turned into weeks, and the unsettling events continued. The house, freed from the curse of the whispers, seemed to have found a new way to torture her, using increasingly sophisticated methods of psychological manipulation. It was a silent war, a battle of wills between her and the entity, an unseen presence that lived within the walls, feeding on her fear, her uncertainty, her growing sense of despair. Elara started to document the events, meticulously recording each incident, hoping to find a pattern, a clue to the house's intentions. Her journal became a chronicle of escalating dread, a record of the house's relentless attempts to break her, to drive her to the brink of madness. She began to see faces in the shadows, hearing murmurs that weren't really there. Her days were filled with a growing sense of dread, her nights plagued by vivid nightmares, blurring the lines between reality and hallucination. One night, she woke up to find claw marks on her bedpost, deep gouges in the wood, as though some unseen creature had been trying to get closer. The marks weren't there before, she was certain of it. The terror that gripped her was visceral, primal. It was the kind of fear that chills you to the bone, leaving an icy grip on your heart that is impossible to shake off. The house was not just communicating, it was attacking. The attack was not physical, at least not yet. But the psychological assault was brutal, relentless. The house was twisting her perceptions, playing tricks on her mind, feeding her insecurities and fears. She began to question her own sanity, wondering if she was losing her grip on reality, if the events were real or merely a product of her own imagination, a manifestation of her own deep-seated anxieties. Days melted into a blurry stream of fear and apprehension. She would wake up in a cold sweat, her heart racing, only to find the house seemingly normal, still and silent, as if it had been nothing more than a bad dream. But the subtle disturbances continued, the shifting of objects, the flickering lights, the feeling of being watched, the increasing sense of dread. The silence, it turned out, was even more terrifying than the whispers. The house wasn't just haunted, it was predatory, hunting her with a slow, deliberate cruelty. It was a silent stalker, lurking in the shadows, twisting her perceptions, feeding off her despair. The whispers may have been silenced, but the house had found a more insidious way to terrorize its inhabitant. The silence, in itself, had become the weapon. One particularly dark night, Alara discovered a hidden room behind a loose panel in the library. Inside, she found a collection of old photographs and letters, a testament to the house's dark history. The photographs depicted generations of inhabitants, their faces etched with a chilling mixture of fear and despair, their eyes reflecting the same malevolent presence that now haunted Alara. The letters confirmed the disturbing pattern. Each family had been subject to the house's psychological onslaught, their sanity gradually eroding under the house's relentless assault. The house, she realized, had been a silent killer all along. It hadn't needed whispers to destroy its inhabitants. Silence was far more effective. It was a gradual erosion, a subtle manipulation of the mind, leading to despair, madness, and finally, self-destruction. The whispers had been a prelude, a warning, a foreshadowing of the true terror that resided within the house's silent walls. Now, Alara understood, the fight for her sanity had truly begun. The silence was not the end, but merely the beginning. It was the quiet before the storm, a prelude to a far greater and more terrifying horror. The house was not merely haunted, it was a hunter, and Alara was its prey. The hidden room yielded more than photographs and letters. It contained a small, leather-bound journal, its pages brittle with age. The spidery handwriting within, penned in faded ink, spoke of a tragedy that chilled Alara to the bone. It detailed the story of Eliza Blackwood, a young woman who lived in the house 2 centuries prior. Eliza's entries, initially filled with youthful exuberance and descriptions of her idyllic life, gradually shifted to entries filled with escalating fear and paranoia. Eliza's journal chronicled the same insidious psychological attacks Alara had been experiencing, the shifting of objects, the flickering lights, the feeling of being watched. But Eliza's experience took a darker, more violent turn. Her entries grew increasingly erratic, filled with fragmented sentences and feverish ramblings. She wrote of hearing whispers, the same whispers Alara had heard, but Eliza's whispers were laced with malice, whispering promises of unimaginable horrors and detailing plans for her demise. The journal culminated in a single, blood-soaked entry, detailing Eliza's final night. She described a terrifying presence that invaded her sleep, a feeling of complete helplessness, a sensation of being suffocated, not by physical means, but by a malevolent force that seemed to drain the very life from her. Her last words were a chilling scream, scribbled across the page in a desperate scrawl. The final entry ended abruptly, the page torn and stained, as if ripped from her grasp in the midst of her terror. A chilling realization washed over Alara. The whispers were not random, they were Eliza's final, desperate pleas for help, trapped within the walls of the house, echoing through time. The entity that had tormented Eliza was the same entity that now tormented Alara. The house wasn't merely haunted, it was possessed, a vessel for a malevolent entity that fed on the fear and despair of its inhabitants. The connection between Eliza and Alara was terrifyingly clear. They were linked, bound together by the house and its malevolent occupant. The whispers, the subtle disturbances, the psychological attacks, they were all manifestations of this entity, using the house as a conduit to prey on their minds. Alara understood now. She was not just a victim, but a part of a horrifying lineage, a chain of terror stretching back centuries. The photographs in the hidden room further reinforced this horrifying connection. Each depicted a family that had resided in the house, their faces mirroring the same haunted look, the same chilling expression of fear and despair that Eliza had documented in her journal. The resemblance between Alara and Eliza was striking, an unsettling similarity in their features, as if they were bound by some unseen, malevolent thread. Armed with this knowledge, Alara felt a new wave of fear wash over her, but with the fear came a steely resolve. She was not going to be another victim. She would fight back, even if it meant confronting the entity that haunted the house, the entity that had tormented generations before her. The fight was no longer simply about survival. It was about breaking the cycle of terror, about silencing the whispers for good. Elara began to research the history of the Blackwood family, delving deeper into the house's dark past. She unearthed old newspaper clippings detailing the mysterious deaths of several Blackwood family members, each death attributed to strange circumstances, leaving the authorities baffled and unable to provide a plausible explanation. The pattern was chillingly similar to the experiences documented in Eliza's journal: unexplained deaths, mental breakdowns, and a pervasive sense of dread that had enveloped the family for generations. Through her research, Elara discovered that Eliza's death was not a random act of violence, but a carefully orchestrated event, orchestrated by the entity itself. The entity had preyed on Eliza's vulnerabilities, exploiting her fears and insecurities, slowly driving her to the brink of madness before ultimately claiming her life. The entity's methods were sophisticated, using subtle psychological manipulations to destabilize its victims, breaking their resolve before finally consuming them. The realization that she was not alone in her fight filled Elara with both terror and a newfound sense of purpose. She found comfort in knowing that she wasn't the first to face this entity, but she was determined to be the last. She understood that the entity was not merely bound to the house, it was intertwined with the very fabric of its existence, feeding off the despair and fear it generated. The longer it remained in the house, the stronger it would become. Driven by a sense of urgency and a grim determination to break the cycle, Elara began to formulate a plan. She knew that directly confronting the entity would be suicidal. She needed to find a way to weaken it, to break its hold on the house. She delved further into the Blackwood family history, searching for a weakness, a vulnerability in the entity's power. She studied the journal, the photographs, and the old newspaper clippings, seeking clues to unravel the entity's nature and its method of operation. Her investigation led her to an ancient grimoire hidden within a secret compartment of the library's floor. The grimoire, written in a language she initially couldn't understand, contained archaic rituals and spells, each one more terrifying than the last. After days of painstaking research and decryption, she realized the grimoire contained the history of the entity, its origin, its weaknesses, and the rituals required to banish it. The grimoire spoke of a powerful ritual, one that required a profound understanding of the entity and its connection to the Blackwood family. The ritual, however, was incredibly dangerous, carrying the risk of unleashing something far more terrifying than the entity itself. Yet, Elara knew she had no choice. She was running out of time. The entity was growing stronger, feeding on her fear, on her despair. The longer she waited, the less chance she had of survival. The ritual required a combination of ancient symbols, chants, and rare ingredients sourced from the very places the entity itself had drawn its power. Elara's journey to gather these ingredients led her through dark, desolate landscapes, haunted forests, and forgotten cemeteries, facing her own deepest fears and confronting the very horrors she sought to vanquish. Each step brought her closer to the ritual, but also brought her closer to the brink of madness. The final ingredient, a rare herb known only to the Blackwood family, was located in a hidden garden deep within the house itself, a garden that was said to be protected by the entity's most potent power. Entering this garden meant facing the entity head-on, confronting the very source of her terror. The garden was shrouded in an unnatural darkness, the air heavy with the scent of decay and dread. She knew the risks were immense, yet she pressed forward, her resolve fueled by a desperate need to break the cycle of terror that had plagued the house for centuries. As she neared the center of the garden, the entity's presence intensified, the air growing heavy, the shadows swirling around her, whispering her name. She felt the entity's icy breath on her neck, its malevolent gaze piercing through her very soul. Yet, she refused to flinch, refusing to succumb to the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. Her heart pounded in her chest, a drumbeat against the growing sense of dread. The final confrontation was not a physical battle, but a war of wills, a struggle against the entity's insidious psychological attacks. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, filled with promises of unimaginable horrors, yet Elara remained steadfast, focusing on her purpose, clinging to the resolve that had carried her thus far. She reached for the herb, its leaves shimmering with an unnatural glow, the entity's power struggling to hold her back. With the herb finally in hand, Elara retreated from the garden, the weight of the entity's malevolent presence clinging to her like a shroud. The final stage of the ritual was to be performed at the heart of the house, in the very room where Eliza had met her end. The air crackled with energy as Elara began the ritual, the ancient symbols glowing with an ethereal light, the chants echoing through the house, driving back the entity's insidious influence. The ritual was long and arduous, taxing her both physically and mentally, pushing her to the limits of her endurance. Yet, with each completed step, she felt the entity's grip on her weakening, its hold on the house loosening. The whispers faded, their malicious intent replaced by a growing sense of desperation, the final struggle of a dying entity. As the ritual drew to its close, the house seemed to shudder, the very foundations groaning under the strain. Finally, with one last, desperate surge of energy, Elara completed the ritual. The house fell silent, a silence profoundly different from the oppressive quiet that had preceded it. It was the silence of peace, the silence of release. The whispers were finally gone. The air in the Blackwood house hung heavy, thick with the residue of fear and centuries of sorrow. Elara, clutching the rare herb, felt the lingering weight of the entity's presence, a chilling reminder of the battle just fought. It wasn't the physical exertion that drained her, it was the psychic assault, the relentless barrage of whispers that had burrowed into her mind, attempting to unravel her resolve. Even now, in the relative quiet, faint echoes of the entity's malice lingered, a ghostly whisper at the edge of her hearing. She ascended the creaking staircase, each step a deliberate act of defiance against the lingering darkness. The house seemed to breathe around her, the wood groaning under an unseen weight. Reaching Eliza's room, she found it unchanged from the way it was described in the journal, a small, sparsely furnished chamber, the air thick with the scent of dust and decay. Moonlight filtered through the cracked window pane, illuminating the room in an eerie, spectral glow. Elara placed the herb on the worn oak table, its leaves pulsing with an otherworldly light. The grimoire lay open before her, its pages filled with cryptic symbols and chilling incantations. The final ritual, as described in the ancient text, was not a battle of might, but a negotiation, an attempt at understanding and, perhaps, reconciliation. It demanded not strength, but empathy, a willingness to confront the entity's pain, to understand its motivations, its desperate need for connection. The ritual called for a dialogue, a conversation with the entity, a chance to unravel the truth behind its centuries-long torment. Elara had to understand why it had chosen the Blackwood line, why it had inflicted such unspeakable suffering for generations. Was it revenge? Was it a twisted form of communication? Or was it something far more sinister, a malevolent force with an agenda that transcended human comprehension? Closing her eyes, Elara focused her mind, seeking a connection, a bridge to the entity's consciousness. The whispers returned, but now they felt different, less malicious, more plaintive. They were not threats, but pleas, muffled cries for help lost in the echoes of time. The entity's presence filled the room, not as a palpable force, but as a chilling awareness, a pervasive sense of unseen eyes watching her every move. "I hear you," Elara whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "I hear your pain." The whispers intensified, swirling around her, forming fragmented sentences, glimpses of a tormented past. She heard the echoes of a life unjustly ended, a soul trapped in a cycle of violence and despair. The entity revealed its origin, a story of betrayal, of a love lost to the cruelties of fate. It wasn't a malevolent force born of darkness, but a tormented soul, consumed by grief and anger, its agony resonating through the house, feeding on the fear and despair of its inhabitants. The entity's narrative unfolded in a torrent of whispers, a fragmented tapestry woven from memories of love and loss, betrayal and despair. It spoke of a life cut short, a love betrayed, a pain so profound it had shattered its very being, twisting its essence into a malevolent force. It wasn't seeking to destroy, the entity revealed, it was seeking solace, an understanding, a release from the unending torment that had consumed its existence for centuries. Elara listened, her heart aching with empathy. The entity's story was heartbreaking, a tale of unimaginable loss and pain. It was a story that resonated with her own struggles, her own experiences with loss and trauma. She saw herself in the entity's fractured reflection, a mirror reflecting the universal struggle for connection, for understanding, for a release from the cycle of pain. The ritual demanded more than just understanding. It demanded forgiveness, a willingness to let go of the pain, to break the cycle of vengeance that had trapped both the entity and the Blackwood family for generations. Elara realized that the entity was not merely a malevolent force, it was a prisoner, trapped within the walls of the house, its suffering echoing through time. She had to offer it peace, a chance for release. As the hours passed, Elara shared her own story, her own vulnerabilities, her own experiences with pain and loss. She poured her heart out to the entity, bridging the gap between victim and tormentor, connecting on a level that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The whispers softened, the malice fading, replaced by a poignant sadness, a longing for peace. The ritual culminated in a shared act of release, a mutual letting go of the pain and suffering that had bound them together for centuries. Elara understood now, the entity hadn't chosen the Blackwood family randomly. It had been drawn to those who carried within them a deep understanding of pain, a capacity for empathy. Eliza, and now Elara, were not victims, but mirrors, reflecting the entity's suffering, offering it a chance for solace. With a final shared breath, the entity's presence dissolved, fading into the quiet stillness of the room. The whispers ceased, replaced by a profound silence, a peace that descended upon the house, washing away centuries of sorrow and despair. The house seemed to sigh, its ancient timbers releasing the weight of the entity's agony. Elara felt a profound sense of exhaustion, but also a profound sense of peace. She had not vanquished the entity, she had freed it. She had broken the cycle of terror, not by force, but by understanding, by compassion, by the shared act of letting go. The Blackwood house was no longer haunted, it was healed. The whispers were silent, replaced by a quiet hum of peace, the promise of a future freed from the shadows of the past. The weight lifted from the house, and from Elara's soul. The darkness retreated, leaving behind a space filled with a quiet strength, and the faint scent of peace. The house stood silent, a testament to the power of empathy and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The secrets were unmasked, the whispers silenced, and the cycle of terror, finally, broken. Story 3: The Nightmare Collector. The silence following the entity's departure was profound, a stark contrast to the cacophony of whispers that had haunted the Blackwood house for generations. Elara, drained but strangely invigorated, felt the residual energy of the ritual, a faint hum vibrating beneath the surface of her being. She sat at the table, the grimoire still open before her, its pages now appearing less menacing, more like faded etchings on a tombstone. The herb she'd used lay wilted, its vibrant energy spent, a testament to the power of the connection she'd forged. The stillness, however, didn't last. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a prickling at the edges of her perception, alerted her to a new presence. It wasn't the entity's lingering echo. This was different, colder, more calculated. A feeling of being watched, not from within the house, but from beyond its walls, settled upon her like a shroud. The feeling intensified, morphing into something tangible, a pressure against her skin, a weight pressing down on her chest. She rose from the table, her heart pounding against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. The windows, previously dark, now seemed to reflect something else. Not merely the night, but a distorted reflection of her own fear, magnified and distorted. Then she saw him. He wasn't a shadowy figure, nor was he a ghostly apparition. He was real. Too real. He stood outside the window, his face obscured by shadow, but his form unmistakably human, albeit unsettlingly tall and gaunt. He was clad in dark, flowing robes, the fabric seeming to absorb the moonlight rather than reflect it. His hands were clasped before him, and in his possession he held a small, antique-looking case, crafted from dark, polished wood. He didn't knock. He didn't speak. He simply stood there, a silent, watchful presence, a predator observing its prey. Elara felt a primal fear, a cold dread that froze her in place, stealing the breath from her lungs. This wasn't the ethereal dread of the entity. This was a cold, calculating malice, a predator's intent. A slow, deliberate movement from the figure outside sent a fresh wave of terror through her. He raised his hands, opening the small wooden case with a quiet click. Inside, nestled on a bed of black velvet, was a collection of objects, small, intricately carved wooden dolls, each bearing a grotesque resemblance to a human face contorted in silent screams, tiny, silver keys that seemed to hum with a faint, unnatural energy, and finally, a single, obsidian eye, pulsing with an inner light. Elara recoiled, feeling as if every fiber of her being was screaming at her to flee, to hide, to escape. This wasn't just a collector of artifacts, he was a collector of nightmares. The artifacts in the box were not mere trinkets, they were vessels, receptacles for the darkest, most primal fears of the human psyche. The man outside, the collector, didn't break the silent tension between them. He merely continued to look at her, as if studying her, assessing her, cataloging her. And in his gaze, Elara saw not just malevolence, but a chilling detachment, an unsettling calm in the face of terrifying power. He seemed to exist outside the realm of fear, a being immune to the terror he inflicted. Suddenly, Elara understood. The entity she'd released had been a single, albeit powerful, nightmare. But this was something else entirely. This was the entity's master, the collector, the one who had woven the intricate tapestry of fear that had plagued the Blackwood family for centuries. He had cultivated the entity, nurtured its despair, feeding it pain and sorrow, turning it into a vessel for his own dark purposes. A wave of nausea washed over her, and she stumbled back, her legs weak, her mind reeling. The sight of the case, the artifacts within, sent a jolt of icy dread through her very core. These weren't mere objects, they were conduits, keys to unlocking the deepest recesses of the human subconscious, tools of unimaginable power wielded by a being who understood the true nature of fear. The collector shifted his weight, a subtle movement that betrayed the predatory nature beneath his calm exterior. He was coming closer. Not physically, not yet, but his presence pressed upon her, heavier, more suffocating. His eyes, even though she still couldn't see their true form behind the shadows, seemed to bore into her soul. He saw her fears, he understood her vulnerabilities, and he knew exactly how to exploit them. The whispers began again, not the plaintive cries of the tormented entity, but something far more insidious, a subtle, creeping suggestion of doubt, a whispering campaign of self-doubt, designed to unravel her courage and resilience. They were directed not at her body, but at her mind, targeting her deepest insecurities, her darkest fears, subtly chipping away at her defenses. The whispered suggestions were precise, cutting straight to the heart of her anxieties. They spoke of her failures, her inadequacies, her fear of never being able to overcome the pain of the past. Each word was a poisoned dart, aimed to break her spirit, to shatter her newfound peace. Elara fought back, clutching the table for support, drawing upon the strength she had found in her connection with the entity. But the whispers were relentless, insidious, creeping into her mind like tendrils of shadow, weaving their way into her very being. The collector, seemingly undisturbed by her struggle, made another subtle movement. This time, he opened the case wider, revealing the obsidian eye within. The pulsating light within seemed to amplify the whispers, as if acting as a conductor of dark energy, channeling the insidious suggestions directly into her mind. She gasped, feeling a searing pain behind her eyes, a horrifying intrusion into her consciousness. She saw visions, fragmented images, glimpses into the nightmare worlds of others, worlds of unimaginable terror and suffering. The collector was not just observing her fears, he was drawing them out, collecting them, adding them to his horrifying collection. She understood then, with chilling clarity, that the fight was not against a shadowy entity, or even the collector himself, but against the very nature of fear itself, a relentless current of terror that flowed through the human psyche. The collector was merely the conduit, the collector of what was already there, waiting to be harvested. He didn't create the nightmares, he merely collected them, carefully curating the most horrific manifestations of the human imagination. The obsidian eye pulsed, its light intensifying, the whispers reaching a fever pitch. Elara stumbled, her legs giving way beneath her, her mind reeling from the onslaught of terror. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that if she did not fight back, if she didn't find a way to resist this malevolent force, she would become another entry in his collection, another victim of his chilling pursuit. The collector's arrival was not merely a threat, it was the culmination of centuries of fear, the embodiment of humanity's darkest nightmares, and Elara was trapped at the center of it all. The weight of generations of horror pressed down on her, the silent scream of countless tormented souls echoing in her ears. The fight for survival was far from over. The obsidian eye pulsed again, its light a malevolent beacon piercing the darkness. Elara felt a physical tug, a wrenching sensation deep within her mind, as if something was being ripped away, unfurled from the very fabric of her being. It wasn't a metaphorical feeling, it was visceral, agonizing, like a phantom limb being forcibly detached. A scream caught in her throat, choked off by the sheer terror of the experience. The whispers intensified, no longer subtle suggestions, but full-blown assaults on her sanity, each word a poisoned arrow piercing her defenses. She saw fragments of dreams, not her own, but the nightmares of others, a child drowning in a sea of shadows, a woman trapped in a labyrinth of twisting corridors, a man pursued by grotesque, faceless entities. Each vision was a shard of pure terror, a glimpse into the abyss of the human subconscious. The collector, still silhouetted against the night, remained motionless, his presence a suffocating weight pressing down on Elara. He didn't need to move, his power emanated from him, a palpable aura of dread that chilled her to the bone. He was watching, observing, savoring her struggle, the slow agonizing extraction of her most terrifying memories. Then, she understood the physicality of his act. He wasn't merely stealing her dreams, he was surgically removing them, severing the threads that connected her to her subconscious. She felt the loss, a gaping hole in her mind, an absence that left her feeling hollow, vulnerable, exposed. The stolen nightmare manifested as a searing pain, a hollow ache behind her eyes, leaving her reeling, disoriented, and profoundly weakened. The whispers continued, now amplified by the absence of her own nightmares. They were tailored to her weakened state, exploiting her newfound vulnerability, playing on her fears of inadequacy, her anxieties about the future, her lingering guilt over past mistakes. They chipped away at her resolve, undermining her confidence, replacing the defiant strength she'd found with crushing self-doubt. The process wasn't instantaneous. It was a slow, deliberate extraction, a meticulous dissection of her mind, piece by painful piece. She witnessed the nightmares he had already collected, their fragmented forms swirling around the obsidian eye, each a terrifyingly unique manifestation of human fear. Children's nightmares of monstrous clowns and shadowy figures under the bed, adults' anxieties of failure, loss, and mortality. They swirled like a maelstrom of despair, each one a testament to the collector's gruesome work. As her own nightmares were extracted, Alara felt herself weakening, her connection to the entity fading, replaced by a chilling emptiness. Her body trembled, her legs gave way, and she slumped to the floor, the cold stone biting into her skin. She could feel herself drifting, losing her grasp on reality, the line between waking and dreaming becoming increasingly blurred. The collector made a subtle movement, his dark form shifting slightly. The obsidian eye pulsed again, brighter this time, its light searing into Alara's mind, drawing out more than just nightmares. It was drawing out her very essence, her memories, her personality, her identity, leaving behind only a hollow shell. She fought against the encroaching darkness, clinging to the remnants of her will, but her strength was waning, her body succumbing to the relentless assault. The whispers filled her mind, twisting her thoughts, manipulating her emotions, turning her fears against her. Her own anxieties became weapons against her, amplified and sharpened by the collector's malevolent power. The image of her dead brother flashed before her eyes, a vivid memory, a nightmare of its own making. The collector used this moment of vulnerability to amplify the guilt she carried for years. She saw herself as she had been the night of the accident, the whispers of her own regret echoing in her mind, the collector using her own remorse to break her resistance. She remembered the dreams she'd had before the ritual, the comforting presence of her childhood home, the laughter of her loved ones. Now, these precious memories became instruments of torture, fragments of a past that was slowly dissolving into nothingness, replaced by the collector's own insidious creations. The collector made another movement, closing the antique case with a soft click. The obsidian eye pulsed one final time before fading to darkness. The whispers ceased abruptly. The silence that followed was terrifying. It wasn't the peaceful silence of an empty room, but the chilling emptiness of a mind stripped bare. The stolen nightmares were gone, and with them, a part of Alara herself. She lay on the cold stone floor, devoid of emotion, a puppet with severed strings. The world around her seemed strangely muted, devoid of the vibrant colors and textures she'd once perceived. Her senses dulled, her awareness fading, as the collector's power took hold. She was no longer herself, she was an empty vessel, ready to be filled with new terrors, new creations of the collector's dark imagination. This wasn't the end, Alara realized with chilling clarity. This was just the beginning. The nightmares he had stolen were merely the prelude. Now, more vulnerable than ever before, she was a blank canvas, ready for the collector to paint his most disturbing masterpieces onto her shattered psyche. The collector turned, his shadowy form receding into the night. He left Alara not with a scream of terror, but with a chilling silence, the silence of a soul stripped bare, awaiting the arrival of new horrors. He wasn't merely collecting nightmares, he was creating them, shaping them, molding them into the darkest reflections of the human condition. Alara had become his most prized possession, a living testament to the horrific power he wielded. The night outside was still. The only sound was the rhythmic thumping of Alara's heart, a desperate drumbeat against the encroaching silence of her own stolen dreams, a testament to the devastating power of the nightmare collector and the chilling possibility of her own descent into the abyss. The darkness held her, waiting patiently, anticipating the creation of its next masterpiece, the weaving of another horrifying tapestry of fear, woven from the raw threads of human vulnerability and despair. Alara's body lay still, but her mind struggled, clawing its way back from the precipice. The absence of her nightmares left an immense emptiness, a void where her deepest fears once resided. It was a terrifying blankness, a canvas upon which the collector could paint his own horrors, without the resistance of her pre-existing fears. She felt a nascent fear, unlike any she had ever experienced before. This wasn't the fear of specific monsters or shadowy figures, but the fear of the unknown, the terror of complete emptiness, the stark horror of a soul-stripped claim, vulnerable to whatever the collector chose to inflict. It was a terrifying realization. The nightmares she'd carried, the fears she'd confronted, had been a form of protection, a defense against the greater darkness that lay beyond. The collector had taken those away, leaving her exposed, defenseless. He had stolen more than just her dreams. He had stolen her defenses, leaving her completely vulnerable to his power. He could now fill the void with his own creations, shaping her mind, her memories, and her very essence into his own morbid artwork. The weight of this realization crushed her, heavy as the night itself. The collector wasn't merely a thief, he was a sculptor of fear, a creator of nightmares, and Elara was his most malleable clay. She had to fight, not against the nightmares themselves, but against the chilling void they left behind. She had to find a way to reclaim her mind, to rebuild her defenses, to resist the terrifying blankness that threatened to swallow her whole. But how? The answers remained elusive, hidden somewhere deep within the horrifying emptiness he'd left behind. The fight for her very soul, the battle against the ultimate nightmare, had only just begun. The collector had won a battle, but the war for Elara's sanity and very existence was far from over. The silence continued, thick and heavy, a silent testament to the nightmare collector's terrifying power and a chilling promise of what was yet to come. The stolen dreams were not merely memories, they were shields, and Elara was now utterly defenseless. The collector's work was far from finished. The rhythmic thumping of Elara's heart was the only sound in the oppressive silence. It was a frantic counterpoint to the stillness of the night, a desperate rhythm against the chilling emptiness that had been carved into her soul. The absence of her nightmares wasn't just a void, it was a gaping wound, raw and exposed, bleeding into the fabric of her very being. She felt a creeping dread, a primal terror that went beyond the specific horrors she'd previously endured. This was the fear of nothingness, the stark, terrifying realization that the very essence of herself had been tampered with, her identity fractured. Days blurred into a hazy nightmare of their own. Elara remained in a state of catatonic shock, her movements sluggish, her thoughts fragmented, her senses dulled. She drifted through her days like a ghost, haunted by the chilling emptiness of her own mind. The world around her seemed muted, devoid of color and vibrancy, as if filtered through a veil of gray. The familiar comfort of her home felt alien, the sounds and smells distorted, unfamiliar. She was a stranger in a world that was once her own. The town, however, was far from quiet. A wave of unease spread through Oakhaven like a creeping shadow. Residents began to report increasingly disturbing nightmares, far more vivid and terrifying than anything they had experienced before. These weren't the usual anxieties and fears that flitted through the subconscious during sleep. These were calculated assaults on their sanity, tailor-made to exploit their deepest insecurities and vulnerabilities. The nightmares were shared, common threads weaving through seemingly disparate experiences. The recurring motif was a figure lurking in the shadows, an unseen presence that followed them from room to room, its unseen eyes watching them. There were whispers, too, insidious suggestions and veiled threats, subtly warping their perceptions of reality. People woke up with claw marks on their beds, phantom scratches seemingly inflicted by unseen hands. Sleep, once a sanctuary, became a battleground, a terrifying arena where the line between dream and reality was constantly blurred. Whispers in the town square spoke of an ancient entity, a creature of folklore that fed on fear, a nightmare collector, who sought to harvest the deepest terrors of the human mind. This wasn't just a coincidence, this was a sinister attack, an orchestrated campaign of terror. Elara's experience wasn't isolated, it was part of a larger, more sinister pattern. The collector was systematically targeting the inhabitants of Oakhaven, turning their dreams into a weapon against them. The local sheriff, a gruff man named Brody, initially dismissed the reports as mass hysteria, a collective manifestation of anxiety. But as the incidents multiplied, and the nightmares grew more intense, even his skepticism began to falter. His own sleep became plagued by recurring visions of a shadowy figure, its form shifting and wavering, its presence both menacing and unsettling. The nightmares weren't merely disturbing, they left lasting effects. People woke up disoriented, confused, their minds clouded with anxiety and paranoia. The fear wasn't just psychological, it became physical. People experienced paralysis, the chilling sensation of being trapped in their beds, unable to move, their minds racing as the nightmares continued to play out. The phenomenon was eerily similar to sleep paralysis, yet it was intensified, amplified by the presence of this unseen entity. The feeling of being watched, the suffocating weight of the collector's power, was palpable. It permeated the town like a noxious gas, choking the very air they breathed. Sarah, a young woman who worked at the local bakery, described her experience as being held down by something unseen, something heavy and cold. She spoke of whispers, not in her ears but in her mind, twisting her thoughts, manipulating her emotions. She woke up trembling, her heart pounding, the terror of the experience lingering long after she'd awakened. Her nightmares were filled with distorted versions of her own fears, the failure of her bakery, the loss of her grandmother, all amplified and warped into grotesque manifestations of her deepest anxieties. The collective fear intensified. People stayed indoors after dark, locking their doors and windows, fearful of the unseen entity that seemed to slip into their homes, their minds, their very dreams. The once vibrant town square became desolate, the laughter and chatter replaced by a nervous silence, punctuated only by the occasional, fearful whisper. The air itself seemed charged with dread, thick and heavy with a palpable sense of impending doom. Even those who initially dismissed the stories found themselves succumbing to the growing paranoia. The nightmares weren't confined to the vulnerable or the easily frightened. Even the strongest and most resilient individuals found themselves battling terrifying visions, their dreams warped and twisted into grotesque reflections of their own deepest fears. The common thread remained, the sense of being watched, the feeling of being hunted, the overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Brody, haunted by his own nightmares, started his investigation, determined to find a logical explanation. He scoured the town's records, searching for any connection between the incidents, any clue that could explain this surge in terrifying dreams. He interviewed residents, piecing together their stories, looking for any common denominator, any unifying element that could shed light on this unsettling phenomenon. His search led him to the town's old library, a repository of local history and folklore. He discovered ancient texts detailing a creature from local legends, a being known only as the Nightmare Weaver, an entity that fed on the fears and anxieties of its victims, weaving them into horrific tapestries of despair. The tales described a chilling ability to manipulate dreams, to instill terror, and to steal the very essence of its prey's fears. The description matched perfectly with the horrifying accounts of the residents. The discovery confirmed his worst fears. This wasn't just a coincidence, it was a targeted attack, an orchestrated campaign of terror orchestrated by an entity far more ancient and powerful than he could have imagined. The Nightmare Collector wasn't merely stealing dreams, it was systematically dismantling the minds of the townsfolk, leaving them vulnerable, exposed, and terrified. The fight for Oakhaven's sanity had begun. Brody had become the first line of defense against a power far more ancient and far more terrifying than anyone could have ever imagined. The investigation continued, slowly piecing together the puzzle, but the path to confronting the Nightmare Collector seemed shrouded in darkness. Each step forward was met with a new level of terror, a new manifestation of the entity's power. The closer Brody got to understanding the nature of the collector, the more he realized the extent of the threat, the scale of the horror that threatened to consume Oakhaven. The fight for the town's survival, and its very sanity, was far from over. The Nightmare Collector's game was just beginning. The weight of collective fear pressed down on Oakhaven like a suffocating blanket. Days bled into nights, each sunrise offering little solace, the lingering dread of the previous night's terrors clinging to the waking hours like a persistent shadow. Brody, his face etched with exhaustion and worry, stared at the map of Oakhaven spread across his desk, each pin marking a victim of the Nightmare Collector. The pattern was unsettling, a slow, deliberate creep across the town, a sinister game of cat and mouse played in the realm of dreams. It was Sarah, the baker, who first suggested resistance. Her eyes, usually bright and cheerful, were now shadowed with a haunted look, yet a flicker of defiance burned within them. "We can't just wait for it to take us," she said, her voice barely a whisper, yet carrying an unexpected strength. "We have to fight back." Her words sparked something in Brody. He'd been focused on the investigation, on uncovering the collector's nature and origins, but Sarah's suggestion struck a chord. He had to admit, the passive approach was failing. The Nightmare Collector's influence was growing stronger, its reach extending further, its grip tightening. A desperate measure was needed, a proactive defense against this insidious entity. The initial meeting took place in the old town hall, a stark, echoing space that seemed to amplify the growing tension. Besides Brody and Sarah, there was Thomas, an old, wizened historian whose knowledge of local folklore proved invaluable, and Emily, a young psychologist who had volunteered her expertise, recognizing the psychological toll the nightmares were taking. They were an unlikely group, bound together by a shared fear and a desperate need to survive. Thomas, hunched over a dusty tome filled with archaic symbols and chilling illustrations, pointed to a passage describing ancient rituals used to ward off malevolent spirits. "This speaks of a collective defense," he rasped, his voice trembling slightly, "a merging of minds, a unified front against the entity's intrusion." Emily, her eyes focused intently, added, "We can use this as a basis for a group therapy session, not in the traditional sense, but as a form of mental fortification. We'll work on strengthening their mental resilience, helping them identify and challenge their fears. We'll create a shared narrative, a mental shield against the collector's influence." Their plan was audacious, bordering on the insane. They would harness the power of collective consciousness, creating a mental barricade to repel the collector's attacks. They would turn the Nightmare Collector's weapon, fear itself, against it. The sessions began in the town hall, an attempt to reclaim a space that had become a breeding ground for fear. Initially, the attendees were hesitant, wary, their faces etched with anxiety and fear. But as Emily led them through guided meditations and shared dream visualizations, something shifted. They started by focusing on their shared dreams, the recurring motifs, the symbolic representations of the collector's influence. Slowly, they began to recognize patterns, to identify the collector's tactics, to understand how it manipulated their fears and vulnerabilities. They learned to recognize the insidious whispers, the subtle manipulations, the attempts to sow discord and paranoia. The next step was confronting their fears directly, facing their anxieties head-on. They shared their deepest insecurities, their darkest nightmares, creating a space where vulnerability became strength. This was no ordinary support group. This was an act of collective resistance, a conscious effort to forge a unified mental front against an invisible enemy. The process was arduous, draining, both emotionally and mentally. The nightmares continued, even intensified at times, as if the collector was testing the strength of their collective defense. There were moments of doubt, moments of despair, when the sheer weight of the collective trauma threatened to overwhelm them. But they held on, clinging to the hope of a shared resistance, a unified response against the encroaching darkness. Emily's training paid off. She designed exercises that taught them to control their sleep, to become more aware of the transition between waking and sleeping. They learned to identify the telltale signs of the collector's intrusion, the subtle shifts in perception, the creeping sense of dread that signaled its presence. They developed techniques to resist the intrusion, to push back against the collector's attempts to penetrate their minds. Thomas's research unearthed ancient protective symbols, potent talismans drawn from the region's folklore. These symbols were more than just decorations. They were intended to create a kind of energetic barrier, a symbolic fortification against supernatural incursions. They were incorporated into the collective meditation sessions, their imagery woven into the shared dream visualizations. The changes were gradual, almost imperceptible at first. But slowly, the nightmares began to lose their power. They became less frequent, less vivid, less terrifying. The collective resistance seemed to be working. The oppressive atmosphere that had choked the life out of Oakhaven began to lift, replaced by a fragile but tangible sense of hope. The collector didn't give up easily. It continued to probe, to test, to adapt its strategies, but the unified mental defense was proving stronger than expected. The residents of Oakhaven, once isolated victims, were now a cohesive unit, their minds linked by a shared experience and a shared purpose. The fight wasn't over, far from it. The Nightmare Collector remained a formidable adversary, a lurking presence in the shadows of their dreams. But for the first time, the residents of Oakhaven weren't just victims. They were fighters. They were resisting, and their resistance, fueled by courage, solidarity, and the power of collective consciousness, was beginning to bear fruit. The fight for their minds, for their very sanity, had become a fight for their survival, and they were determined to win. The Nightmare Collector had underestimated the resilience of the human spirit, the strength that could be found in unity, in shared resistance, and in the power of a collective will to survive. The battle for Oakhaven was far from won, but the tide was, at long last, beginning to turn. The final confrontation didn't occur in a dramatic clash of light and shadow, but in the quiet, suffocating stillness of Emily's mind. For weeks, they had been strengthening their collective defense, weaving a psychic tapestry of shared strength and resilience. They'd learned to recognize the collector's insidious whispers, the subtle shifts in perception that heralded its approach. But now, it felt different. This wasn't a probing, a testing, this was an all-out assault. Emily, their key strategist, was the first to succumb. During a group meditation, her eyes rolled back, her breathing becoming shallow and ragged. A wave of icy dread washed over the others, a chilling premonition that something terrible was about to happen. Her body remained still, but her mind, they could feel, was being invaded, its delicate landscape ravaged by a malevolent force. Brody, his heart hammering against his ribs, reached out to her, his hand hovering just above her arm, hesitant to break the fragile connection they had managed to forge. Sarah, her face pale but resolute, held a protective hand over Emily's forehead. Thomas, his ancient eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, murmured incantations from the dusty tome, his voice a low, guttural drone that resonated with a strange power. Through Emily's altered consciousness, they saw it. Not a grotesque monster, not a shadowy figure from folklore, but a swirling vortex of pure, unadulterated fear. It was formless, shapeless, yet its presence was overwhelmingly palpable, a suffocating weight that pressed down on their minds, threatening to crush them. Within this vortex, they saw fragments of Oakhaven's past, the collective nightmares of its residents, their deepest fears and insecurities twisted and amplified into grotesque caricatures. The collector, they realized, wasn't just feeding on their fears, it was weaving them into its very being, a monstrous tapestry of collective trauma. Its motives, however, remained obscured, a puzzle shrouded in layers of psychological torment. The entity didn't seek destruction in the conventional sense. It didn't want to kill them, it wanted to possess their fears, to absorb their anxieties, to become one with their collective nightmare. The visions intensified, becoming increasingly chaotic and disorienting. They saw themselves, twisted and distorted reflections of their true selves, consumed by their own deepest insecurities. They saw the town, its familiar streets and houses warped into a nightmarish labyrinth, a reflection of their collective anxieties. The collector was not merely observing their fears, it was actively manipulating them, playing with their minds, twisting their anxieties into a suffocating web of psychological torment. Then, through the maelstrom of fear, a faint image emerged. A single figure, obscured by shadows, yet strangely familiar. It was a woman, her face etched with sorrow and regret. As they focused on this image, the vortex began to destabilize, its chaotic energy dissipating slightly. Through the fragments of memories and emotions, they pieced together the story of the collector. It was the manifestation of a collective trauma, a psychic entity born from the unresolved grief and despair of a past tragedy. Generations ago, a devastating event had shaken Oakhaven to its core, leaving behind a legacy of unresolved pain, fear, and regret. This raw, untreated emotional wound had festering over centuries, eventually manifesting as the entity they now confronted. Its actions were not those of a malevolent being seeking destruction, but the desperate acts of a traumatized entity seeking solace, a twisted form of self-preservation. The entity was not simply collecting nightmares, it was absorbing the very essence of Oakhaven's collective pain, using it to sustain its tortured existence. This realization didn't diminish the horror of the situation, but it changed its nature. It was no longer a simple battle between good and evil, but a confrontation with the lingering wounds of the past, a desperate attempt to heal a collective trauma that had spanned generations. This understanding added a new layer of complexity to their struggle. They weren't just fighting a monster, they were confronting the psychological scars of their ancestors. Their combined mental strength began to push back against the vortex. The collective visualizations, guided by Emily's subconscious struggle, became weapons, shields of light and hope against the encroaching darkness. They channeled their shared strength, their collective resilience, into a wave of empathy and understanding, reaching out to the suffering entity within the vortex. The confrontation wasn't a violent struggle, but a slow, arduous process of healing. They saw glimpses of the woman's face, her eyes filled with a haunting sadness, her lips trembling with unspoken grief. Slowly, through the shared strength of their combined minds, they helped her release her pain, her anguish, her sorrow. As the woman's pain began to dissipate, so did the vortex. The nightmare collector, the monstrous entity that had haunted Oakhaven for so long, began to dissolve. It wasn't a sudden disappearance, it was a gradual fading, a slow release of pent-up energy, a quiet reconciliation with the past. With a final, shuddering sigh, the vortex vanished, leaving behind a lingering silence, a profound sense of emptiness that hung heavy in the air. Emily awoke with a gasp, her body drenched in sweat, her eyes wide with exhaustion and a lingering sense of trauma. She remembered nothing of the ordeal, yet the weight of the experience remained palpable, a silent testament to the battle they had waged within her mind. The nightmare ceased. The oppressive atmosphere that had clung to Oakhaven for so long finally lifted. The town was still, oddly silent, as if recovering from a profound exhaustion. The ordeal had left its mark on them all, a shared scar of collective trauma. But there was also a sense of relief, a fragile hope that finally, they had found peace. Yet, the lingering unease persisted. The collector was gone, but its shadow lingered. The past, though healed, remained a part of them. They knew that they would carry the weight of their collective experience, their shared confrontation with the darkness that had resided within their dreams. The experience had changed them irrevocably, forging an unbreakable bond between them, a testament to their shared survival, but also a constant reminder of the fragility of sanity, the thin line between reality and dream, and the enduring power of collective trauma. The battle was won, but the scars would remain, a silent testament to the horrors they had faced, and the healing they had achieved. The ending was not triumphant, but a quiet, unsettling peace, a hard-won resolution that left a profound sense of unease, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of their lives. Story 4: The Bed of Shadows. The antique shop smelled of dust and forgotten things, a comforting scent to Elias, a collector of oddities. He'd been searching for a statement piece for their new Victorian-era home, something with character, something unsettling. Clara, his wife, initially balked at the idea of another antique acquisition, their already cluttered home a testament to his passion. But the imposing four-poster bed, crafted from dark, polished wood with intricate carvings that seemed to writhe in the dim light, captivated her too. Its age was impossible to discern. The wood felt ancient, almost alive beneath her touch. The shopkeeper, a wizened old man with eyes that held the weight of untold stories, warned them. "That bed," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement, "has seen things. It holds memories." He refused to elaborate, his silence more unnerving than any explanation. Elias, ever the thrill-seeker, dismissed it as folklore, a quaint eccentricity. Clara, however, felt a prickle of unease, a sense of foreboding that settled deep in her bones. They purchased the bed, its exorbitant price a testament to its perceived rarity and its palpable sense of age. The journey home was uneventful, the bed secured firmly in the back of their rented van. But the moment they brought it into their bedroom, the atmosphere shifted. A chill, disconnected from the autumnal air outside, permeated the room. It wasn't just cold, it felt wrong. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a low hum, an almost imperceptible tremor that only they seemed to notice. That night, Clara slept fitfully. She dreamt of shadows that moved with a terrifying fluidity, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. The dreams weren't vivid in terms of detail, more like a persistent feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes boring into her very soul. She awoke with a gasp, her heart pounding, her breath catching in her throat. The feeling of dread remained, clinging to her like a shroud. Elias, beside her, slept soundly, oblivious to her terror. Over the next few nights, the disturbances escalated. Clara experienced vivid nightmares of suffocation, of being pressed down by an unseen weight, unable to scream, unable to breathe. The feeling mirrored what the old man had alluded to. These weren't just dreams, they felt like an attack, something malicious pressing in on her mind. She started seeing things in the periphery, fleeting glimpses of shadow figures flitting around the room, disappearing as quickly as they appeared. The carvings on the bed seemed to shift and change in the dim light of their bedroom, the patterns morphing into unsettling faces that leered down at her. Elias, initially skeptical, began to notice the changes too. He started waking up with scratches on his arms, thin, red welts that resembled claw marks. He dismissed them at first, but the consistent appearance of these marks, coupled with Clara's increasingly terrifying nightmares, started to erode his disbelief. He felt a presence in their room, a malevolent energy that settled deep within the bones of their house. The air itself felt heavy, suffocating, pregnant with a sense of foreboding. The usually comforting darkness of their bedroom now pulsed with a malevolent energy, the shadows swirling and coiling like living things. One night, Elias awoke to find Clara screaming, her body shaking violently. He rushed to her side, finding her trapped beneath the bed's heavy canopy, her face contorted in terror. Her eyes were wide, unfocused, staring into the darkness with a look of profound fear. He tried to pull her free, but an unseen force seemed to hold her down, a physical resistance as if something was preventing her from moving. The bed, impossibly heavy despite its seemingly aged construction, felt as if it was deliberately pinning her down. He fought against it, his strength failing him, his body weakened by a fear he couldn't comprehend. As he struggled, the room plunged into utter darkness, the power flickering and dying, leaving them shrouded in an absolute, suffocating blackness. In that darkness, Clara felt it, a presence, cold and suffocating, pressing down on her, stealing her breath, crushing her spirit. It felt ancient, malevolent, and deeply rooted in the very wood of the bed itself. She couldn't scream, couldn't fight back. She was trapped, helpless, within a psychic prison created by this ancient, wicked object. The darkness pressed in, suffocating, until a flicker of light returned. Elias, pale and exhausted, finally managed to free her, but both were left trembling, their minds reeling from the sheer terror of the experience. The room felt different now. The oppressive weight remained, a constant reminder of the unseen evil that had lurked within the shadows of their bedroom. They knew they couldn't stay in that room, in that house, not with that bed. Their escape wasn't easy. The bed resisted being moved, its weight seemingly defying all logic. They had to call in help, strong, seasoned movers who initially dismissed their concerns only to falter under the bed's impossible weight. Finally, after a desperate struggle, they managed to haul it out of the house, an oppressive weight leaving with it. As the bed was taken away, the atmosphere of their home shifted. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a sense of lightness, though the lingering memories of their terror remained. The experience left an indelible mark on both of them, a horrifying testament to the malicious energy that can reside within seemingly inanimate objects, the evil residing within the cursed bed. The next morning, they found the old shopkeeper standing at their door, his eyes holding a grim understanding. He quietly took a small, intricately carved wooden box from his coat. He opened it to reveal a small, tarnished silver key. "This," he said, his voice raspy but filled with a newfound authority, "belonged to the bed. It was always meant to be returned." The nightmares weren't the bed's intent, it was merely trying to find its way home. He did not elaborate. Clara and Elias were left to deal with the lingering terror, the faint traces of an ancient darkness that still clung to their memories and the unsettling knowledge of what their home had once held. The memory of the cursed bed, the bed of shadows, remains to this day, a chilling reminder of their encounter with the macabre. The following weeks were a descent into a waking nightmare. Clara's sleep, once a refuge, became a battlefield. The dreams, initially hazy sensations of being watched, transformed into vivid, terrifying scenarios. She found herself submerged in icy water, struggling against unseen hands that dragged her down into the suffocating depths. She would thrash and claw, her lungs burning, only to awaken gasping for air, drenched in a cold sweat, her sheets twisted around her like grasping claws. The feeling of suffocation, the crushing weight she'd felt before, returned with a vengeance, amplified tenfold. It wasn't simply a feeling, it was a physical sensation, as if an immense, invisible entity pressed down upon her chest, stealing her breath, stealing her life. Elias's sleep became similarly troubled. He didn't experience the same visceral nightmares as Clara, but rather a creeping dread, a sense of impending doom that clung to him even during the daytime. He'd wake with a gasp, his heart racing, the feeling of cold, clammy fingers tracing the lines of his skin. The claw marks appeared more frequently now, deeper, more numerous, etching themselves across his arms, his shoulders, even his back. They bled slightly, but healed quickly, leaving behind faint, silvery scars that shimmered faintly in the light. These marks weren't physical injuries, they felt branded. A mark of possession. The bed itself seemed to be at the heart of their torment. The intricate carvings, once merely unsettling, now seemed to writhe and shift, the patterns twisting into grotesque faces that leered and snarled in the darkness. He could have sworn that sometimes the polished would pulse faintly with a dark, internal light, a malevolent luminescence that seemed to emanate from within the very fibers of the wood. The air around the bed felt heavy, thick, saturated with a chilling presence. He found himself avoiding it, his natural inclination to study and understand the bed's history replaced with a primal fear that whispered warnings in his mind. One night, Elias woke to a blood-curdling scream. He bolted upright, finding Clara pressed against the wall, her face pale and drawn, her body trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't speak, only point a shaking finger towards the bed, her eyes wide with an unfathomable terror. Elias cautiously approached, his own heart hammering in his chest. He reached out to touch her, but she flinched away, as if his touch would burn her. He noticed then that her skin was ice cold, even colder than the chill air that permeated the room. As he watched her, a terrifying change began to occur. Her skin seemed to lose its color, draining away to a sickly gray, and her eyes rolled back into her head, revealing the whites, stark and unnerving. Her body contorted, her limbs twisting at unnatural angles, as if something inside her was fighting to break free. A low growl, inhuman and guttural, rumbled from deep within her chest, making the hairs on Elias's arms stand on end. The growl intensified, morphing into a horrifying chorus of whispers, a cacophony of voices that seemed to emanate from the bed itself. The whispers became words, chilling pronouncements of doom, threats muttered in a language Elias couldn't understand, but somehow knew. They spoke of ancient rituals, of dark pacts made in the shadows, of souls trapped and tormented for eternity. Fear, raw and visceral, washed over Elias, a tidal wave of terror that threatened to drown him. He tried to help Clara, to reach out to her, but an invisible force seemed to repel him, pushing him back, keeping him at bay. The room filled with a thick, suffocating darkness, the air heavy with the stench of decay and death. The temperature plummeted, dropping to a level that was almost unbearable. Elias felt a growing sense of paralysis, his limbs heavy, his mind numb with fear. He tried to move, to scream, but found himself trapped, unable to make a sound, unable to break free from the unseen force that held him captive. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The darkness receded, replaced by the pale light of the moon filtering through the window. Clara lay limp on the floor, her skin resuming its normal color, her breathing shallow but regular. The whispers ceased, the silence heavy with the aftermath of unspeakable horrors. Elias stumbled towards her, relief flooding through him, mixing with a lingering dread that coiled around his heart like a serpent. He gently shook her, his voice hoarse with emotion. She opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused, blank, devoid of recognition. It was as if a part of her was gone, lost in the abyss of the night. The following nights were only marginally less terrifying. The nightmares returned, only now, they were shared. Clara and Elias would awaken simultaneously, drenched in sweat, their hearts pounding, both having dreamt the same horrific dream. They dreamt of being buried alive, of being consumed by shadows, of the bed itself rising up and crushing them beneath its ancient weight. Their once peaceful bedroom had transformed into a chamber of horrors. They tried everything to escape the torment. They burned sage, they chanted protective incantations, they even consulted a priest, but nothing seemed to work. The evil that resided in the bed was ancient, powerful, and deeply rooted. It defied all attempts at exorcism, all prayers for salvation. The bed was winning. Sleep became a prison, a torturous cycle of terror, and the only escape was found in those fleeting moments of exhausted, terrified wakefulness, where fear itself became a morbid comfort in the face of the unknowable horrors that waited in the darkness. The bed was no longer just a piece of furniture, it was a malevolent entity, a dark portal to a realm of unimaginable terrors, and it had claimed them as its victims. Their nights were filled with sleepless terror, their days plagued by exhaustion and the chilling memory of what they had experienced in the suffocating darkness, and they knew, deep in their hearts, that there was no escape. The weeks bled into one another, each day a pale imitation of the last, marked only by the relentless cycle of terror and exhaustion. The initial shock of Clara's nighttime transformation had given way to a chilling, gnawing suspicion. It wasn't just nightmares anymore. Something was feeding off them, draining their vitality, leaving them hollowed out and weak. Their once vibrant relationship, once a source of comfort and strength, was fracturing under the strain of their shared ordeal. Elias noticed it first. Clara's laughter, once so bright and infectious, had become rare, replaced by a weary silence punctuated by sudden, inexplicable tremors. Her eyes, once sparkling with life, now held a haunted quality, a deep-seated fear that seemed to burrow into the very core of her being. Her skin, once smooth and warm, now often felt cold to the touch, clammy and strangely lifeless. Even her appetite waned, her once healthy glow fading, replaced by a sickly pallor that mirrored the unsettling pallor of the room itself. She'd become a shadow of her former self, her energy depleted, her spirit broken. He began to track these changes, meticulously noting the times when Clara seemed most drained, most vulnerable. The pattern, when he finally saw it, sent a shiver down his spine. The worst episodes, the most profound drain on Clara's energy, always followed nights when they had spent a significant amount of time near the bed. It wasn't just the proximity, it was the bed itself. He realized it with a sickening certainty. The bed wasn't merely haunted, it was consuming them. He tried to talk to Clara about his theory, but she initially dismissed it. The exhaustion, the constant terror, clouded her judgment, making it difficult for her to see the truth, the horrifying reality of their situation. He'd start a sentence, "Clara, I think the bed," and she'd cut him off, her voice thin and brittle. "Don't talk about the bed, Elias. Just, please, let's just try to sleep." But the evidence was undeniable. As the days wore on, the changes in Clara became more pronounced. Her weight dropped drastically, her movements sluggish and hesitant. Her once vibrant hair lost its luster, becoming dull and lifeless. She began to experience prolonged periods of disorientation and memory loss. Elias watched her slipping away, a piece of her soul stolen by the night, by the malevolent presence that lurked within the four-poster bed. The fear intensified, shifting from the immediate terror of the nightmares to a deeper, more pervasive dread. This wasn't just a supernatural haunting, it was a slow, insidious process of possession, a parasitic draining of life force. It felt akin to watching a loved one slowly starve to death, a torment made all the more horrific by their inability to resist, by the helpless acceptance of their fate. His own health began to deteriorate. The exhaustion, though not as extreme as Clara's, was unrelenting. The cold, clammy fingers that traced his skin became more persistent, the claw marks deeper and more frequent. He found himself increasingly withdrawn, his energy sapped, his focus blunted. The once sharp intellect that had driven his research was clouded by a persistent fog of fear and exhaustion. His once meticulous notes on the bed's history became messy and incomplete, filled with frantic scrawls and disturbing sketches of the shifting patterns in the wood. One night, after another particularly intense episode, Elias had an epiphany. He realized the bed wasn't simply draining their physical energy, it was consuming their happiness, their memories, their very identities. It was feeding on their emotional well-being, on the love and joy that once bound them together. The vibrant bond they shared was being slowly, agonizingly erased, replaced by a pervasive emptiness, a chilling void where their affection once flourished. He recalled the strange, archaic carvings on the bed, intricate designs that felt almost alive. He'd previously seen them as merely unsettling, a reflection of a bygone era. Now, he saw them as a map, a roadmap to the bed's malevolent power, a pathway to the dark rituals it represented. The intricate patterns were not just decorative, they were glyphs, symbols of ancient, forgotten power, a visual language that spoke of dark pacts and unspeakable sacrifices. The patterns, he realized with a jolt of chilling recognition, were eerily similar to the symbols he'd glimpsed during Clara's episodes, the fleeting images he'd caught in her wide, terrified eyes before the nightmarish transformation would begin. These weren't mere nightmares, they were glimpses into the bed's realm, fragments of the dark rituals it perpetuated. The bed was a vessel, a conduit to something far older, far more sinister than either of them could have ever imagined. The fear, the exhaustion, the nightmares, they were all symptoms, manifestations of a parasitic entity that fed on their very essence. He knew then that their only hope lay in understanding the bed's history, in deciphering its dark secrets and uncovering the ancient rituals it represented. He needed to find the source of its power, to break the parasitic connection, to rescue Clara from the clutches of the entity that consumed her, bit by bit, night after night. But time was running out. Clara was fading, her light dimming under the consuming shadow of the ancient bed. The bed was winning, and Elias knew he had to find a way to fight back before it was too late, before it consumed them both entirely. The bed, he realized with dawning horror, was not just a piece of furniture, it was a predator, and they were its prey. The chilling certainty settled upon him. They had to escape the bed, or be consumed by it. The faded ledger, discovered tucked away in the dusty attic, felt strangely cold to Elias's touch. Its brittle pages, yellowed with age and stained with what looked suspiciously like dried blood, whispered tales of a life far removed from their own, yet inextricably linked to their present nightmare. The meticulous script, painstakingly deciphered under the weak glow of a kerosene lamp, spoke of a family named Blackwood, their opulent lifestyle masking a chilling undercurrent of darkness. The entries began in the late 18th century, charting the rise of the Blackwood family fortune, a wealth accumulated through means Elias found increasingly disturbing. The ledger detailed land acquisitions, seemingly legitimate at first glance, but a closer examination revealed a pattern of intimidation, coercion, and even murder. The Blackwood patriarch, a man named Silas, emerged as a figure of chilling ruthlessness, his business dealings veiled in secrecy, his reputation whispered in hushed tones throughout the neighboring villages. Silas, the ledger revealed, had a particular obsession, the four-poster bed. Not just any bed, but this bed. The one that now held Clara captive in its nightmarish embrace. He commissioned it, the entry stated, from a reclusive craftsman known only as the Weaver, a man rumored to possess arcane knowledge and skills far beyond the ordinary. The ledger described the bed's creation in painstaking detail, the selection of the wood, the intricate carvings, the peculiar rituals involved in its construction. Each detail felt significant, imbued with a sense of sinister purpose. The wood, the ledger stated, was sourced from a sacred grove, a place of ancient power, where the trees were believed to possess a sentient quality. The weaver, according to the text, spent weeks within the grove, performing rituals Elias couldn't decipher, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes wild with a feverish intensity. The carvings, those same symbols Elias had noticed on the bed, were not merely decorative, but powerful glyphs, each one a testament to the dark pacts made during its creation. The descriptions of the carvings were accompanied by unsettling sketches, depictions of twisted figures engaged in arcane rituals beneath the light of a blood-red moon. Elias felt a cold dread creep into his heart, his pulse quickening as he painstakingly copied the sketches, his hand trembling. He recognized some of the symbols. He'd encountered them before, in his research on obscure occult practices, their meanings unsettlingly clear, symbols of binding, of sacrifice, of unspeakable power. The weaver, it seemed, hadn't merely crafted a bed, he'd built a conduit to the underworld. The next entries detailed the Blackwood family's descent into madness and depravity. The bed, it appeared, had a sinister influence on those who slept in it. The ledger recounted tales of nightmares, of physical and psychological torment, of family members succumbing to a slow, agonizing decline. The entries became increasingly fragmented, filled with frantic scrawls and incoherent ramblings, suggesting the growing influence of the bed's malevolent power. Silas, once the ruthless patriarch, was described as becoming increasingly withdrawn, his eyes haunted, his mind fractured. His sons, his wife, all succumbed to the bed's corrupting influence, their minds warped, their bodies ravaged. The once vibrant Blackwood family, once a symbol of wealth and power, was reduced to a collection of broken shells, their lives consumed by the insidious evil of the bed. One entry, scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic hand, stood out amongst the rest. It described a ritual, a dark ceremony performed by Silas under the sickly light of a full moon. He was described as sacrificing something. The ledger was vague, the words barely legible, to appease the entity within the bed. The ritual, the ledger indicated, was meant to bind the entity to the bed, to harness its power for Silas's own nefarious purposes. But the ritual backfired. It amplified the entity's power, its influence spreading beyond the Blackwood estate, slowly consuming everything it touched. The final entries were just a series of frantic, unintelligible scribbles, culminating in a single, chilling sentence: "It feeds, it consumes, it will not be contained." Elias slammed the ledger shut, his heart pounding against his ribs. The truth was far more horrifying than he could have ever imagined. The bed wasn't just haunted, it was possessed by a malevolent entity, its power fueled by centuries of unspeakable crimes and sacrifices. The Blackwood family's fate was a chilling warning, a testament to the bed's insatiable hunger, its relentless capacity for destruction. Clara's nightmares, his own exhaustion, the claw marks, the chilling whispers in the dark, it was all connected, all a result of the bed's ancient malevolence. He looked over at Clara, her form frail, her breath shallow. She slept, or rather, she appeared to sleep, her face contorted in a silent scream. The ethereal glow that had always surrounded her, now almost completely extinguished. The bed, draped in shadows, seemed to pulse with a sinister energy, its carvings seeming to writhe and shift before his eyes. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. He wasn't just fighting a supernatural entity, he was fighting against centuries of accumulated evil, a dark legacy woven into the very fabric of the bed. The weight of this history pressed down on him, a suffocating burden. The meticulous notes he'd kept, his research into sleep paralysis and the occult, all felt insignificant in the face of this terrifying revelation. He knew he had to find a way to sever the bed's connection to this entity, to break the curse that bound it, to save Clara, and himself, from its clutches. But how could he possibly fight against something so ancient, so powerful, its malevolence ingrained in the very wood it was made from? He was not a warlock or a priest, but simply a man driven by love, facing a threat that seemed to extend beyond the realm of human understanding. The shadows in the room deepened, the air grew heavy, and a cold dread settled deep in his bones. The past had been revealed, but the future remained shrouded in uncertainty, a terrifying expanse of darkness where the line between life and death, sanity and madness, blurred beyond recognition. The bed waited, its sinister presence palpable, a silent predator in the midst of the night, ready to claim its next victim. The fight had begun, and Elias knew, with a chilling certainty, that he was terribly outmatched. But he would fight nonetheless, for Clara, for their love, for the faint glimmer of hope that still remained in the suffocating darkness of their desperate situation. The bed's secrets had been revealed, and now the battle for their lives would begin. Elias, fueled by a desperate blend of love and terror, began a frantic search through the remaining pages of the ledger. He scanned the brittle, blood-stained paper, his eyes darting across the spidery script, searching for a weakness, a chink in the armor of the ancient evil that possessed their bed. He found nothing promising, only more chilling accounts of the Blackwood family's demise, their screams echoing silently in the lines of faded ink. The descriptions grew more visceral, painting a grotesque tableau of physical and psychological torment, the entity feeding not just on their lives, but on their very sanity. He discovered a series of ritualistic diagrams, more complex than the previous sketches, filled with symbols he recognized from his research. These weren't merely symbols of binding or sacrifice, they were instructions, a complex ritual designed to contain, or perhaps even banish, the entity. The ritual, however, was incomplete, the final stages missing, leaving behind only cryptic, almost maddeningly vague descriptions. One entry mentioned a specific type of wood, sourced from a tree growing on consecrated ground, a tree untouched by the profane. Another described a rare herb, said to possess powerful purifying properties, its location shrouded in mystery and ancient folklore. A third spoke of a specific incantation, uttered under the waning crescent moon, the words themselves indecipherable, rendered almost meaningless by the deterioration of the page. Clara stirred, a low groan escaping her lips. Elias quickly closed the ledger, tucking it beneath a loose floorboard. He didn't want to risk her seeing the grotesque details, the unbearable weight of their situation. He sat beside her, his hand gently resting on her forehead. Her skin felt cold, her pulse weak, yet a faint warmth lingered in her eyes, a stubborn ember of life refusing to be snuffed out. He needed to act quickly. He couldn't rely on the incomplete ritual, or at least not alone. He needed to find the missing components, to decipher the fragmented incantation, and to gather the strength and courage to perform a ritual that might very well end in his own death. He knew the risks, the terrible price that might need to be paid, but the thought of losing Clara was a fate far more terrifying than any supernatural horror. Elias spent the next few days in a whirlwind of frantic activity. His research expanded, taking him deeper into the realm of forgotten folklore and obscure occult practices. He consulted ancient grimoires and forgotten texts, deciphering cryptic clues and deciphering the language of forgotten symbols. The symbols in the ledger, he discovered, were a form of ancient runes, a language of power and enchantment, each glyph a key to unlocking a hidden power. The missing components of the ritual became his obsession. He tracked down the consecrated wood, a single gnarled branch from an ancient oak growing on hallowed ground, guarded by an old woman who recognized him as a desperate man, driven by love. He found the rare herb, its location whispered to him by a grizzled mountain hermit, its acquisition costing him a considerable sum of money and a night spent listening to rambling tales of the supernatural. But the incantation remained elusive, its fragmented words resisting his every attempt at decipherment. The waning crescent moon appeared in the night sky, offering a sliver of hope in the suffocating darkness of his despair. He decided he could wait no longer. He had enough to proceed, even without the complete incantation. He would draw upon his own will, his own love for Clara, to fill in the gaps. The risk was enormous, the outcome uncertain. He performed the ritual under the light of the waning moon, his heart pounding like a war drum, a mixture of hope and terror coursing through his veins. He burned the sacred wood, its smoke spiraling upwards like a plea to unseen forces. He ground the rare herb, its pungent aroma filling the air, a strange perfume of hope and desperation. He placed Clara carefully at the foot of the bed, a shield of protection, his love his only armor. He began the incantation, his voice trembling at first, then growing in strength as the power of his emotions fueled his desperate call. The runes in the ledger glowed faintly with a spectral light. He poured his heart into each word, his love for Clara, his fear for their future, all woven into the potent spell. The air grew heavy, charged with an almost palpable energy. The bed began to shudder, the carvings on its frame seeming to writhe and writhe. A low moan, guttural and ancient, echoed from within the wood. The shadows in the room danced, swirling and gathering, their cold tendrils extending towards him. His body screamed in protest, his muscles tightening, his breathing growing shallow. The room seemed to grow colder and colder. He pushed on, his will pitted against an ancient evil. The final words of the incantation emerged from his lips, born out of a primal fear and desperate love, a desperate plea against the consuming darkness that threatened to consume him and Clara. The bed responded to his chanting, the sounds of its groans echoing through the room. And then, slowly, gradually, the intensity of the evil subsided. The shadows retreated, the moaning ceased, the cold eased. A silence fell upon the room. A silence so profound, so absolute, that it felt almost unnatural. Elias slumped back, exhausted, spent, his body trembling with exertion and relief. He looked over at Clara. She was awake, her eyes clear, her expression free of the torment that had gripped her for so long. The ethereal glow had returned to her skin, brighter and stronger than before. The curse, it seemed, was broken. Or so he hoped. The shadows remained in the corners of the room, lurking in the periphery of his vision, reminding him that the victory might only be temporary. The bed, however, seemed different. Its malevolence seemed lessened, the carvings duller, the wood lifeless. He fell to his knees beside her, relief washing over him in a tidal wave of emotion. He had fought against something ancient and powerful, something beyond human comprehension, and he had won. Or had he merely staved off the inevitable? He clutched her close, the warmth of her body against his, a small victory in the face of overwhelming odds. The fight was far from over, he knew, but for now, in the quiet aftermath of their battle, a fragile peace had settled over them. A peace as fragile as the first blooms of spring after a harsh winter. The shadows remained, watching, waiting, but for now, they were both safe. For now. Story 5, The Incubus's Embrace. The first visit had been subtle, a mere pressure on her chest, a whisper in the dark. Clara had dismissed it as a bad dream, a figment of her overactive imagination. But the visits continued, each night growing more intense, more terrifying. The pressure became a weight, crushing her, stealing her breath. The whispers morphed into guttural growls, chilling pronouncements that scraped against her sanity. She began to see him then, in the periphery of her vision, a hulking shadow that shifted and writhed, its form constantly changing, yet always undeniably malevolent. He wasn't truly a man, not in any human sense of the word. He was something else. His skin was a shifting mosaic of shadows and darkness, slick with an oily sheen that seemed to absorb the light. His eyes burned with an unholy light, twin embers of malevolent intelligence that pierced the veil of her sleeping mind. His hands were clawed, each digit tipped with razor-sharp talons that traced the contours of her body, leaving trails of icy fire in their wake. His presence was a suffocating blanket of dread, a suffocating weight that pressed down upon her, stealing her breath, her voice, her very will. The incubus fed on her, not on her flesh, but on something far more insidious, her fears, her insecurities, her deepest anxieties. He would whisper her worst nightmares into her ear, amplifying her anxieties until they became monstrous realities. He would exploit her deepest vulnerabilities, her insecurities, turning them into weapons against her. He knew her secrets, her hidden shames, her deepest regrets, and he used them to torment her, to break her spirit. The dreams became less dreams and more vivid, horrifying realities. She would find herself trapped in nightmarish landscapes, stalked by grotesque creatures born from the darkest corners of her subconscious. She would be chased through labyrinthine corridors, her pursuers always just out of reach, their mocking laughter echoing in the oppressive silence. She would wake up screaming, drenched in a cold sweat, her body trembling with a terror that lingered long after the nightmare had faded. The daylight brought a fragile respite, a temporary reprieve from the relentless horror. But as the sun began its descent, the creeping dread would return, an icy tendril that wrapped itself around her heart, squeezing the life out of her. The anticipation of his return was almost as terrifying as his presence itself. She would lie in bed, paralyzed by fear, her heart pounding like a frantic drum, waiting for the inevitable descent into darkness. She tried everything to escape his clutches. She slept with the lights on, a futile attempt to pierce the darkness he commanded. She tried sleeping pills, but they only blurred the edges of her terror, leaving her vulnerable to his insidious intrusions. Her sanity began to fray at the edges. She started to see him even when awake, fleeting glimpses of him in the corners of her eyes, a shadow lurking in the periphery of her vision. The line between dream and reality blurred, leaving her constantly on edge, her mind a battlefield of terror and doubt. She suspected that he was beginning to seep into her waking life, his influence spreading like a malignant tumor. She started seeing his clawed handprints on her nightstand and felt phantom scratches on her skin. Her friends and family noticed the change, the subtle but unmistakable shift in her demeanor. Her eyes, once bright and full of life, now held a haunted look, clouded by a deep-seated fear. She became withdrawn, isolated, her once vibrant personality slowly being consumed by the encroaching darkness. They tried to help, offering support, suggesting therapy. But Clara could not explain what was happening to her, her words failing to capture the sheer horror of her experience. How could she explain an entity that existed between worlds, a creature that fed on the very essence of her being? One night, the incubus's visit was different. It was more violent, more brutal. He didn't just whisper her fears, he screamed them, a cacophony of terror that echoed in her very bones. He didn't just touch her, he ripped and tore at her, not physically, but emotionally, spiritually. He laid bare her deepest insecurities, her deepest regrets, twisting them into weapons of self-destruction. He showed her visions of her potential futures, futures consumed by darkness and despair, futures where she lost everything she held dear. She woke up screaming, not from a dream, but from a reality far more terrifying than any nightmare. Her body was racked with pain, not physical, but a deep, aching agony that settled in her soul. She felt hollowed out, empty, as though he had extracted the very core of her being. She looked at herself in the mirror, and she didn't recognize the woman staring back at her. Her eyes were vacant, her face pale, her spirit broken. The fear was gone, replaced by a chilling emptiness, a void where hope once resided. The incubus hadn't just taken her fears, he had stolen her will to fight, her desire to live. She was left with a hollow shell, a broken vessel, devoid of life and emotion. She was a ghost, inhabiting a body that was no longer her own. She was a prisoner in her own mind, trapped in a cycle of relentless torment, with no escape in sight. The incubus had won, not through physical violence, but through psychological warfare, breaking her down until she was nothing more than a hollow vessel, a vessel empty of all hope. The chilling reality of her situation began to sink in. She was not merely haunted, she was possessed. Her fight was not just for survival, it was for the reclamation of her very soul. The night's visit was a turning point, marking the moment when the incubus gained complete control, leaving Clara in a desperate struggle for her own sanity and her own life. The fight for her soul had begun. The days that followed were a blur of disorientation and despair. Sleep, once a refuge, now became a torture chamber, a nightly rendezvous with unspeakable horror. Clara tried to fight back, to resist the encroaching darkness, but her efforts were futile. Each night, the incubus returned, more powerful, more relentless. He knew her weaknesses, her vulnerabilities, and he exploited them with chilling precision. He would whisper insidious suggestions, planting seeds of doubt and self-loathing in the fertile ground of her already shattered psyche. He would mock her attempts to resist, his laughter echoing in the suffocating darkness, a chilling counterpoint to her silent screams. He had stolen her hope, leaving behind only a hollow shell of despair. Her body became a battleground, a canvas upon which the incubus painted his gruesome masterpieces. Bruises bloomed on her skin, not from physical blows, but from the unseen violence of his touch. Her mind was a battlefield, tormented by visions of her worst fears realized. She saw her loved ones consumed by shadows, their forms dissolving into the darkness, leaving her alone in a desolate wasteland. The waking hours offered little respite. She was haunted by phantom touches, the chilling sensation of his claws raking across her skin, leaving trails of icy fire. She would glance in the mirror and see fleeting glimpses of him reflected in her eyes, his malevolent gaze piercing her very soul. The boundaries between dream and reality blurred, leaving her perpetually on the precipice of madness. Her friends and family watched helplessly as Clara disintegrated before their eyes. Her vibrant personality was extinguished, replaced by a vacant stare and a hollow silence. Their concern deepened into terror as her erratic behavior escalated. She would speak of things that made no sense, her words fragmented and disjointed, hinting at a world beyond human comprehension. Desperate, her friends sought professional help. Doctors and therapists alike were baffled by Clara's condition. They ran tests, administered medications, but nothing seemed to alleviate her suffering. Her symptoms defied explanation, her experiences too bizarre, too terrifying, to be dismissed as mere mental illness. The incubus was a master manipulator, adept at exploiting the vulnerabilities of his victims. He fed on her fear, her despair, her sense of helplessness, strengthening himself with each nightly assault. His attacks were not merely physical, they were psychological, spiritual, designed to unravel her very essence. One night, the incubus's visit transcended the realm of nightmares. Clara found herself fully conscious, yet completely paralyzed, as he materialized in her room. His presence wasn't just a shadow anymore, it was a tangible weight pressing down upon her, suffocating her with its intensity. His touch was not a phantom sensation, but a searing burn that traveled through her veins, freezing her blood. He didn't speak in whispers or growls. Instead, his presence resonated with a silent, deafening scream, a symphony of torment that reached the deepest recesses of her soul. He showed her life, played out in a horrifying fast-forward, highlighting every mistake, every regret, every moment of weakness. Each image was a blow, each realization a wound. Her future, as he depicted it, was a living hell, a desolate wasteland of sorrow and despair. The experience wasn't just terrifying, it was soul-crushing. Clara felt the life drain out of her, her spirit succumbing to the crushing weight of his malevolence. She felt her will to resist fading, replaced by a sense of utter and complete hopelessness. The incubus had conquered her, not through physical dominance, but through the insidious manipulation of her mind, her emotions, her very soul. The next morning, Clara awoke as a hollow shell of her former self. The vibrant light of the sun seemed to hold no warmth, no comfort. Her eyes were dull, her body lifeless, her spirit broken. She had nothing left to fight for, nothing to hold on to. The incubus's embrace had stolen her will to live, her desire to fight, her very hope for salvation. Her friends and family were horrified by the change. The light in her eyes had been extinguished, replaced by a vacant emptiness that chilled them to the bone. They tried to reach her, to offer support, but their words were met with an unresponsive silence, a profound lack of connection. Clara was no longer there, not the Clara they knew, loved, and cherished. Clara's body was a prison for a broken spirit, trapped in the suffocating embrace of the incubus. Her mind, a battlefield ravaged by the insidious assault of the entity, was now a landscape of despair, haunted by the relentless echoes of her worst nightmares. Her will to resist was gone, crushed beneath the weight of his malevolent power. She was a powerless victim, completely at the mercy of this nightmarish entity. The helplessness she felt was palpable, a heavy blanket of despair that weighed down every moment of her existence. It was not merely the absence of hope, but the crushing knowledge that there was no escape, no possibility of liberation from her tormentor's grasp. The incubus had not merely conquered her, he had become a part of her, an inextricable part of her being. The subtle touches, once terrifying in their ambiguity, now felt like brandings, reminders of the incubus's complete dominion over her. Every fleeting shadow, every whisper of the wind, every creak of the floorboards transformed into an echo of his presence, a constant, inescapable reminder of her complete vulnerability. She felt his presence seeping into her waking hours, leaving an invisible trail of dread that followed her everywhere. The world around her faded, replaced by a terrifying landscape shaped entirely by the incubus's presence. Even the familiar faces of her loved ones seemed to twist and distort, their expressions morphing into grotesque caricatures, reflections of the horrors that dwelled within her mind. The warmth of human connection felt distant, unattainable, as if a thick veil had been drawn between her and the rest of humanity. She was adrift, alone, in a sea of despair, her cries for help lost in the deafening silence of her torment. The incubus had not just broken her, he had erased her, leaving behind only a hollow shell, a vessel empty of life, hope, and identity. Clara was no longer a person, she was a vessel, a canvas upon which the incubus had painted a gruesome masterpiece of despair, a horrifying testament to his absolute power. Her story is a chilling exploration of the depths of human helplessness, a haunting reminder of the unseen horrors that lurk just beyond the veil of sleep. The fight for her soul was lost, and the chilling victory of the incubus echoed in the silence of her broken spirit. The relentless assault continued, each night a fresh wave of torment that chipped away at Clara's already fragile resolve. The insidious whispers intensified, no longer subtle suggestions but outright commands, warping her thoughts and twisting her perceptions. She found herself questioning her own sanity, her memories fragmented and unreliable, blurring the line between reality and the incubus's horrifying illusions. Her physical deterioration mirrored her mental collapse. The bruises that bloomed on her skin deepened, spreading like a malevolent stain across her body. Her once vibrant eyes were now sunken and shadowed, reflecting the darkness that consumed her from within. Sleep, or rather, the horrific state that passed for sleep, left her exhausted, drained, and weaker with each passing night. Her body became a vessel of pain, a testament to the incubus's relentless cruelty. She lost weight, her once healthy frame becoming gaunt and fragile. Food held no appeal, the simple act of eating a struggle. Even the most basic tasks became insurmountable obstacles, her strength and energy ebbing away like sand through her fingers. The vibrant energy that once defined her was replaced by a listless lethargy, a profound weariness that settled deep within her bones. The daylight hours offered little respite. While the incubus's physical presence was absent, his influence lingered, a chilling shadow that clung to her like a second skin. The phantom touches persisted, each a searing reminder of his power, his control. Her mind raced, a relentless whirlwind of fear, self-doubt, and despair. She sought solace in solitude, retreating further into herself, isolating herself from the world and the loved ones who desperately tried to reach her. Her friends and family watched in helpless horror as she withered away. Their attempts to intervene became increasingly desperate, fueled by the terrifying knowledge that their beloved Clara was slipping away, consumed by a darkness they couldn't comprehend, let alone combat. They tried to coax her into eating, to get her to rest, to find a way to break through the wall of silence and despair that had encased her, but their efforts were met with the same vacant stare, the same unresponsive silence. Doctors offered a litany of diagnoses, each more alarming than the last. Depression, anxiety, psychosis, the terms were thrown around like weapons, offering no solace, no understanding, only a deepening sense of frustration and helplessness. Her case was a medical anomaly, a puzzle with no solution, a terrifying glimpse into a realm beyond the comprehension of modern medicine. The reality was far more sinister than any diagnosis could capture. Clara was not ill, she was possessed, a prisoner of a nightmare that refused to release its grip. The incubus's control extended beyond the physical and psychological. He manipulated her emotions, twisting her memories, and feeding her self-doubt. He showed her visions, fleeting glimpses into a distorted future, where her life became a desolate wasteland, a stark testament to her own perceived failures. Each vision was a brutal blow, eroding her confidence and chipping away at her will to fight. The incubus's laughter, once a chilling echo in the darkness, now seemed to resonate within her, a constant, insidious reminder of her powerlessness. It was a laughter that mocked her struggles, her efforts to resist, a cruel symphony that echoed through the ravaged landscape of her mind. It was a sound she couldn't escape, a torment that followed her into her waking hours, a constant, gnawing fear that intensified her feelings of hopelessness. Her once sharp mind became sluggish, her thoughts muddled and confused. The simplest tasks seemed insurmountable, her memory failing her at crucial moments. She would lose track of time, forgetting conversations, appointments, even basic facts about her own life. The incubus was systematically dismantling her, stripping away her identity, leaving behind only a vacant shell. The world around her grew increasingly distorted, the familiar faces of her loved ones twisting and contorting into grotesque parodies of their former selves. She saw shadows everywhere, their movement and shapes shifting and morphing, reflecting the chaos within her own mind. The once comforting embrace of her home became a claustrophobic prison, the walls closing in, suffocating her, amplifying the feeling of helplessness. Even the sounds around her became menacing, amplified, and warped by the incubus's malevolent influence. The gentle rustling of leaves became a menacing whisper, the chirping of birds a chilling chorus of foreboding. The world around her transformed into a grotesque reflection of the inner turmoil that consumed her, a landscape of shadows and fear. The vibrant colors of life faded, replaced by a monochromatic palette of gray, mirroring the despair that consumed her. The warmth of the sun offered no comfort, the gentle breeze no solace. The world became a barren landscape, reflecting the desolation within her soul. Her body became a battlefield, a canvas upon which the incubus painted his nightmarish masterpiece. The bruises spread, covering her skin like a morbid tapestry, a testament to the unseen violence she endured. The pain, both physical and emotional, was constant, unrelenting, a brutal reminder of her captivity. The fear was no longer a fleeting sensation but a permanent fixture, a chilling companion that followed her everywhere. It was a fear that permeated every aspect of her existence, a shadow that clung to her, amplifying every creak, every whisper, every shadow. The world was a dangerous place, teeming with unseen threats, and she was utterly alone, defenseless, and at the mercy of her unseen tormentor. The incubus's presence was no longer confined to the darkness of night. He seeped into her waking hours, a chilling echo of her nightmares. She felt his gaze upon her, his presence a suffocating weight, crushing her spirit, stealing her breath, and leaving her utterly powerless. Her friends and family, witnessing this slow, agonizing descent into madness, were left with a sense of utter helplessness. They searched for solutions, for answers, for a way to rescue their friend from the clutches of this invisible tormentor. But their efforts were met with an impenetrable wall of despair, a silence that was more chilling than any scream. Clara's story became a chilling testament to the insidious nature of fear, a haunting exploration of the vulnerability of the human spirit when confronted with an unseen, unrelenting evil. The incubus had not merely broken her, He had consumed her, leaving behind only a hollow shell, a tragic reminder of the terrifying power of the darkness that lurks just beyond the veil of sleep. The fight was over, and the incubus had won, his chilling victory etched upon the ravaged landscape of Clara's broken soul. The silence was deafening, a stark testament to the triumph of an unseen evil. The world around her, once vibrant and full of life, now appeared as a bleak, distorted reflection of the turmoil within, a chilling testament to the utter powerlessness of her situation. There was no escape, no hope, only the suffocating embrace of despair. Desperate, Clara tried to explain her plight to her doctor, Dr. Albright, a man known for his calm demeanor and rational approach. She recounted the nightly visitations, the chilling whispers, the suffocating pressure, the phantom touches that left her bruised and broken. She described the incubus, his horrifying form, his taunting laughter, his insidious power over her mind and body. But Dr. Albright, despite his professional courtesy, listened with a detached air, his expression betraying a growing skepticism. He suggested stress, sleep deprivation, and perhaps even a nascent psychotic break. He prescribed medication for anxiety and insomnia, offering a sympathetic smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He suggested therapy, a gentle nudge towards the comfortable confines of established medical explanations. Clara left his office feeling colder than ever, the warmth of his air-conditioned office a stark contrast to the icy dread that gripped her. His words, meant to reassure, only served to amplify her sense of isolation. No one believed her. Her friends, initially supportive, began to edge away, their concern morphing into a mixture of discomfort and disbelief. Their attempts to offer comfort felt strained, their words laced with a hint of doubt, a subtle implication that perhaps Clara was imagining things, that her vivid descriptions were merely the fabrications of a feverish mind. The isolation was a suffocating weight, as heavy and oppressive as the incubus itself. She retreated further into her apartment, barricading herself against the world. She spent her days staring out the window, watching the city's relentless rhythm unfold, a stark contrast to the stillness and dread of her own life. The vibrant hues of the city seemed muted, dulled, as though the incubus's shadow had fallen upon the world itself. Sleep offered no respite. It was a battlefield, a nightly war against an unseen enemy. The medication Dr. Albright prescribed did little to alleviate the relentless attacks. The incubus's presence seemed to intensify, his whispers more insistent, his touch more brutal, his laughter a cruel symphony echoing in the empty chambers of her mind. Driven to the edge of despair, Clara began to search for alternative solutions. She scoured the internet, delving into forums and websites dedicated to the paranormal. She read accounts of others who claimed to have experienced similar nightmares, similar attacks. She found solace in the shared experiences, but little in the way of solutions. The suggested remedies were as varied and unorthodox as the individuals who offered them: crystals, amulets, whispered incantations, rituals that promised protection but delivered only a fleeting sense of false hope. In her desperation, Clara found herself drawn to an online community dedicated to exorcism. The forum was a chaotic mix of testimonials, warnings, and advice, ranging from the cautiously skeptical to the outright deranged. She hesitated, the fear of venturing into the unknown wrestling with her desperation. But the constant pressure, the relentless assault on her mind and body, left her with little choice. She needed help, and she was willing to try anything, no matter how outlandish it seemed. She contacted one of the forum's moderators, a woman named Evelyn who claimed to have successfully exorcised several demonic entities. Evelyn's tone was cautious, her words carefully measured, suggesting that Clara's situation was serious, potentially dangerous. She agreed to meet with Clara, to assess her condition, but warned her that the process would be arduous, painful, and potentially risky. The meeting took place in a dimly lit church basement, the air thick with the scent of incense and old stone. Evelyn, a woman with piercing blue eyes and a quiet intensity, subjected Clara to a series of tests, both physical and spiritual. She examined Clara's bruises, her palpable exhaustion, and the unnerving emptiness in her eyes. She asked Clara to describe her experiences in meticulous detail, probing deep into the darkest recesses of her nightmares. Evelyn concluded that Clara was indeed possessed, not by a simple demon, but by an incubus, a powerful and ancient entity that fed on fear and despair. The exorcism, she explained, would be a long and perilous journey, one that required Clara's unwavering faith and courage. It would involve chanting ancient prayers, performing elaborate rituals, and confronting the incubus directly. Clara's first encounter with the exorcism ritual was harrowing. The chanting, the incense, and the dimly lit room amplified her anxiety. The incubus's presence was palpable, its oppressive weight suffocating her. Evelyn, however, remained calm and collected, her voice a steady anchor amidst the storm raging within Clara's mind. The rituals continued for weeks, a relentless cycle of prayers, chants, and symbolic acts. Clara's physical and mental exhaustion grew, but so did her resolve. She clung to Evelyn's guidance, her unwavering belief a beacon in the darkness. She learned to harness her own inner strength, to channel her fear into a fierce determination to fight back. The climax arrived on a stormy night, the wind howling like the incubus's laughter. Evelyn performed the final exorcism ritual, a potent blend of ancient prayers and Christian symbolism. The incubus's presence was overwhelming, its power almost tangible. Clara felt its claws digging into her skin, its icy breath on her neck, but she held firm, her spirit unbroken. The struggle was long and arduous, a battle of wills that left both Clara and Evelyn exhausted. But in the end, Clara prevailed, her inner strength overcoming the incubus's malevolent power. The entity retreated, its chilling presence fading into nothingness. The silence that followed was profound, a stark contrast to the weeks of torment. Clara was free. The lingering effects of the incubus's presence persisted, her mind and body still bearing the scars of the ordeal. But she was alive, she was free, and her spirit had emerged stronger than ever before. Her story became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a stark reminder that even in the darkest of nights, hope can prevail. The journey was arduous, the scars deep, but the victory was hers. The silence, this time, was sweet. The silence following the exorcism was not the peaceful quiet Clara had envisioned. It was a heavy, oppressive silence, pregnant with the lingering echoes of the incubus's malevolent presence. Her body ached, every muscle screaming in protest from the brutal struggle. Bruises, both old and new, marred her skin, a roadmap of the incubus's relentless attacks. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the psychic exhaustion that clung to her like a shroud. Her mind felt raw, exposed, as though the incubus had scraped away layers of her being, leaving her vulnerable and adrift. Evelyn, her face etched with exhaustion, sat beside her, her hand resting gently on Clara's arm. The woman's eyes, usually sharp and intense, held a weary compassion. "It's over, Clara," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "The incubus is gone." Clara nodded, but the words felt hollow, distant. The relief she anticipated failed to materialize. Instead, a gnawing emptiness settled in her gut, a void left by the entity's departure. It was as though a part of her had been ripped away, leaving behind a gaping wound that refused to heal. The world seemed muted, lacking the vibrant colors and sharp sounds she remembered. Everything was muted, as if filtered through a veil of fatigue and lingering dread. The following days were a blur of exhaustion and introspection. Clara stayed in Evelyn's care, receiving both physical and spiritual healing. Evelyn, a woman who seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of the unseen world, prepared herbal remedies, performed cleansing rituals, and guided Clara through meditation exercises designed to restore her equilibrium. But the shadow of the incubus lingered. Its presence felt not in tangible manifestations, but in the subtle shifts in her perception, the lingering unease that gnawed at the edges of her awareness. Sleep remained a battlefield, though the nightmares had changed. The incubus was gone, but the fear, the sense of violation, remained. Her dreams were now haunted by fragmented images, cryptic symbols, and a persistent sense of impending doom. The landscapes were unsettling, the colors warped and distorted. She dreamt of shadowy figures lurking in the corners of her vision, whispering promises of oblivion. One night, during a particularly vivid dream, Clara found herself in a vast, desolate landscape, the sky a bruised purple. A lone figure stood in the distance, its form shifting and indistinct. As she approached, the figure solidified, revealing itself to be a grotesque parody of the incubus, its features twisted and warped, its eyes burning with an unholy light. It didn't speak, but its silence was more terrifying than any scream. It simply raised a hand, its fingers long and skeletal, and pointed towards a dark, swirling vortex that seemed to suck the very light from the world. Clara awoke with a gasp, her heart pounding, sweat slicking her skin. The image of the vortex remained imprinted on her mind, a symbol of the profound emptiness she felt within. It wasn't simply the absence of the incubus, but the absence of something within herself, something that had been lost in the struggle. Evelyn, alerted by Clara's distress, came to her side. She steadied Clara's face, her gaze penetrating and insightful. "The incubus may be gone," Evelyn said softly, "but its influence lingers. It didn't just possess you, Clara. It fed on you, it drew strength from your fear, your despair." Evelyn explained that the vortex in Clara's dream represented a rift in her spiritual essence, a wound that needed to be healed. The incubus had not only attacked her body and mind, but had also stolen a piece of her soul, leaving a void that threatened to consume her. To fully recover, Clara needed to confront not only the lingering effects of the incubus, but also the deep-seated vulnerabilities it had exploited. The healing process was long and arduous, a journey into the darkest recesses of Clara's soul. She underwent intensive therapy, confronting the traumatic experiences that had made her vulnerable to the incubus's attack. She learned to identify and challenge her self-destructive tendencies, to cultivate self-love and self-acceptance. She rediscovered her passion for life, her connection to the world, and the inner strength that had ultimately saved her from the incubus's clutches. But the cost of her victory was high. The scars of her ordeal ran deep, both visible and invisible. The physical marks were slowly fading, but the psychological wounds remained, a constant reminder of the darkness she had confronted and the price she had paid for her freedom. Sleep, once a sanctuary, remained a fragile battleground, the vestiges of the incubus still lingering in the shadowy corners of her dreams. The fear was not entirely gone, but it no longer held the same paralyzing power. She had learned to live with it, to acknowledge it, and to use it as fuel for her own resilience. The final confrontation wasn't with the incubus itself, but with the reflection in the mirror, the woman staring back at her. She recognized the fear in those eyes, but now, within that fear, she saw strength and resilience. She was scarred, but she was whole. She was free. The chilling whisper of the incubus was replaced by the quiet strength of a survivor. The victory was hard-won, and the scars remained. Yet, in the quiet moments, Clara found a profound sense of peace. The silence, finally, was her own. It held not the weight of oppression, but the quiet hum of a life reclaimed, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a woman who had stared into the abyss and emerged victorious. The ordeal had changed her, reshaped her, but it had also given her something invaluable, a deep understanding of her own strength, and an unwavering faith in her ability to face whatever darkness lay ahead. The cost had been high, but the victory was ultimately hers. Story 6: The Dream Eater. The fading began subtly, almost imperceptibly. At first, it was a matter of detail. Thomas, a man who cherished the vibrant tapestry of his dreams, noticed a gradual erosion of their richness. The landscapes, once rendered in breathtaking detail, shimmering waterfalls cascading down moss-covered cliffs, ancient forests bathed in the ethereal glow of twilight, now seemed muted, washed out, like faded photographs. The colors, once bold and saturated, were softened, bleached of their intensity. The sharp lines that defined buildings and trees blurred, leaving behind hazy, indistinct shapes. He'd always woken with the lingering scent of his dreams clinging to him, the earthy aroma of a forest floor, the sharp tang of salt spray from a coastal town, the sweetness of ripe peaches in a sun-drenched orchard. These sensory memories, the echoes of his subconscious, were becoming faint, distant whispers. The textures, the sounds, the tastes, all were diminishing, replaced by a bland, neutral nothingness. It wasn't just the sensory details that were disappearing. The narratives themselves were becoming increasingly shallow and fragmented. Once, his dreams had been epic sagas, unfolding across fantastical landscapes, filled with complex characters and intricate plots. Now, they were reduced to disjointed images, fleeting impressions, like fragments of a shattered mirror. He might find himself standing in an empty room, the walls a featureless gray, with no sense of purpose or direction. Or he might witness a brief, silent scene, two figures exchanging an unintelligible dialogue, a lone tree swaying in an invisible breeze. There was no emotional resonance, no driving narrative, just a series of disconnected vignettes. The people in his dreams, once vividly realized, were becoming indistinct shadows, their faces blurred, their personalities absent. He couldn't recall their names, their voices, or their motivations. They moved through his dreams like phantoms, their actions meaningless, their presence devoid of any real weight. The very essence of his dream life seemed to be evaporating, leaving behind a pale, vacant imitation of its former self. The change was so gradual, so insidious, that for weeks, Thomas dismissed it as simple fatigue. He'd been working long hours, pushing himself hard at his job. He attributed the dullness of his dreams to stress, exhaustion, and a lack of sleep. But as the weeks bled into months, the fading continued, its progression becoming more pronounced, more alarming. The blankness grew more pervasive. He began to have dreams that were entirely devoid of detail, devoid of sensation, devoid of narrative. He would find himself adrift in a featureless void, an endless expanse of nothingness. There was no color, no sound, no texture, just a pervasive emptiness that stretched out before him, as far as the eye could see, which is to say, not at all. There was no sense of self, no sense of time, no sense of place. Just the absolute, unnerving void. It was an experience so desolate, so profoundly devoid of meaning, that it bordered on the terrifying. These blank dreams, these empty spaces, were becoming increasingly frequent, until they comprised the vast majority of his nighttime experiences. The vibrant tapestry of his dreams was unraveling, thread by thread, until there was almost nothing left. The fear was not of the darkness or the monsters that populated nightmares, but of the absence of everything, the silence, the emptiness, the complete void that threatened to swallow him whole. It was a fear not of what he saw, but of what he did not see, a horror born of profound nothingness. His waking life began to reflect the hollowness of his dreams. The colors seemed less vibrant, the sounds less sharp, the tastes less intense. Even his relationships felt muted, as though a layer of glass separated him from the world around him. He found himself withdrawing from social interactions, losing interest in activities he had once enjoyed. The world, once so vivid and full of life, now seemed dull, uninteresting, drained of all color and vitality. The world reflected his dreams, a reflection of the slowly dying essence of himself. He tried to find an explanation. He consulted doctors, therapists, even a sleep specialist. They ran tests, prescribed medications, suggested therapies. They found nothing physically wrong with him. His sleep patterns were normal, his hormone levels were within the expected range. They offered explanations based on stress and fatigue, on the pressures of modern life, but nothing could account for the relentless erosion of his dream life, the ever-growing void that threatened to consume him. The fear was not only of the fading of his dreams, but of the fading of himself. It was as if his dream life was a mirror reflecting his waking consciousness. As his dreams became more empty, so too did his life seem to lose its vibrancy and meaning. He was losing himself, piece by piece, dream by dream, until he felt like he was becoming nothing more than an empty shell, a ghost drifting through a colorless world. He found himself terrified not only of the oblivion that lay ahead, but also of the long, slow descent into the utter nothingness that seemed to be his inevitable fate. One night, he had a dream that was different. It wasn't blank, not entirely. It wasn't vivid either, but it was something other than the featureless void he had come to expect. He was standing in a vast, desolate landscape, the sky a bruised, purple twilight. In the distance, he saw a figure, small and indistinct against the horizon. As he approached, the figure grew larger, slowly resolving into a humanoid shape. But it was not a person. It was something else. Something ancient, something otherworldly. Its form was vaguely human, but its features were indistinct, blurred, as though it were constantly shifting and reforming. Its movements were slow, deliberate, almost mechanical, and there was an unnatural stillness about it, as if it were observing him from outside of time itself. It didn't speak, but Thomas felt its presence, a heavy, suffocating weight that pressed down upon him, making his breath catch in his throat. The figure reached out a hand, its fingers long and spindly, and pointed towards a dark, swirling vortex that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the landscape. The vortex pulsed with a dim, internal light, a malevolent energy that drew Thomas's gaze, captivating him, enthralling him, in spite of himself. He felt an inexplicable urge to approach it, to step into the vortex, to surrender to its unknown depths. He knew, with a certainty that transcended reason, that if he entered that swirling abyss, he would never return. He would be consumed, obliterated, reduced to nothing more than a wisp of energy, absorbed into the vortex's infinite emptiness. And yet, the attraction was almost irresistible, a siren song pulling him towards the inevitable oblivion. He woke with a gasp, heart pounding, drenched in a cold sweat, the terrifying image of the vortex still imprinted on his mind, a symbol of the terrifying emptiness that threatened to consume him. He realized then that the fading of his dreams was not a random process, a mere symptom of fatigue or stress. It was a deliberate act, a malevolent draining of his essence, a slow, insidious consumption that was pulling him towards nothingness, towards oblivion. He didn't know what or who was responsible, but he knew he had to fight back, to resist the encroaching void, or he would be lost forever, swallowed by the infinite emptiness of his own fading dreams. The silence, once a peaceful sanctuary, was now a harbinger of the terrifying void waiting to consume him, a vast, silent expanse threatening to swallow all he was, leaving behind only the ghost of a memory. The realization dawned slowly, like the creeping tendrils of a poisonous vine, wrapping around his consciousness. It wasn't simply that his dreams were fading, something was actively taking them. The emptiness wasn't a passive absence, but a deliberate draining, a malevolent leaching of the color and vibrancy that once characterized his subconscious world. The subtle shift became a stark contrast. He recalled a dream from his childhood, a vibrant carnival, teeming with life and laughter. Now, trying to conjure it, he could only grasp at blurry shapes, muted colors, a hollow echo of the joyful cacophony he remembered. The carousel's music, once a joyous crescendo, was now a faint, distant whisper, barely audible above the oppressive silence. The faces of the clowns, once vibrant and expressive, were now obscured, shrouded in a gray, indistinct mist. It wasn't just a fading, it was a deliberate erasure, a meticulous stripping away of everything that made the dream, and by extension, his very self, memorable. The terrifying aspect was the invisibility of the thief. No monstrous figure stalked his dreams, no shadowy creature clawed at his mind. The horror stemmed from the insidious nature of the entity's presence, its ability to drain him from within, leaving behind only a void. It was a kind of psychological vampirism, not of blood, but of essence, of the very life force that fueled his imagination and his being. He started keeping a dream journal, a desperate attempt to track the insidious thief's progress. Initially, the entries were filled with the vivid imagery of his past dreams, a testament to a life rich with imagination and color. Slowly, however, the entries became sparser, the descriptions paler, the details increasingly vague. A sun-drenched meadow became a hazy expanse of pale green, a bustling city shrank to a collection of indistinct shapes against a muted gray sky. His attempts to record his dreams became an exercise in frustration, as the vivid images he sought to capture slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. The dreams themselves became increasingly fractured, shards of memory struggling to coalesce into a coherent whole. He might have a fleeting glimpse of a loved one, their face hidden by shadows, their voice a silent whisper, before the image dissolved into the pervasive nothingness. Sometimes he would wake up with a feeling of profound emptiness, a sense of loss so deep that it physically ached. He felt as though a vital part of himself was slowly being extracted, leaving him feeling hollow and incomplete. His waking life began to reflect the encroaching void. The world, once so vibrant, appeared increasingly muted. Colors seemed duller, sounds softer, even the taste of his favorite foods felt bland. He felt increasingly detached from his surroundings, observing his life as if it were unfolding on a distant screen, a spectator in his own existence. The joy and passion he once felt were replaced by a profound sense of apathy, a hollow weariness that weighed heavily on his soul. He tried to fight back, to resist the relentless draining. He meditated, he practiced mindfulness, he sought solace in art, in music, in the beauty of the natural world. But nothing seemed to stem the tide. The entity continued its work, relentlessly stripping away his dreams, leaving behind only a chilling void. He began to suspect that this wasn't a mere dream-based affliction but a deeper, more existential threat, something that reached into the very fabric of his being. The fear escalated. He feared not for his physical safety, but for the annihilation of his self, the complete erasure of his identity, the utter obliteration of his very being. The void was no longer merely a feature of his dreams, it had seeped into his waking life, threatening to consume everything he was. The silence that haunted his nights had infiltrated his days, a constant hum of emptiness, a relentless reminder of the encroaching nothingness. One night, he had a dream that was different from any he'd experienced before. There was no blankness, no emptiness, but instead a relentless pressure, a sensation of being squeezed, compressed, as if his very soul was being slowly crushed. He felt a presence, not a visual entity, but a crushing weight, a suffocating force that enveloped him completely. The sensation was one of being utterly alone, yet simultaneously surrounded, enveloped by an unseen, unfeeling presence. The pressure was inexorable, relentless, a constant, suffocating force that threatened to extinguish his very consciousness. He awoke screaming, his body drenched in sweat, his heart pounding like a war drum. The pressure, while gone from his physical body, remained in his mind, a terrifying reminder of the entity's power, its insidious ability to infiltrate and dominate. The experience was devoid of imagery, a purely sensory assault that left him shaken, terrified, and profoundly alone. This was more than a dream. It felt like a direct attack on his very being, an invasion of his consciousness by an unseen, malevolent force. He felt a chilling certainty. The draining wasn't simply a metaphorical process. The entity was feeding on him, consuming the essence of his dreams, and his essence itself, in a slow, insidious process. He was being devoured from the inside out, leaving behind only a shell. The fear wasn't just the fading, it was the knowing, the understanding that he was being consumed, piece by piece, dream by dream, his very existence being slowly erased. His waking hours were consumed by a creeping dread. He observed his fading reflection in the mirror, the dullness in his eyes mirroring the emptiness in his dreams. He moved through his days like a ghost, detached from himself and from the world around him. The vibrant colors of life appeared increasingly muted, the sounds duller, the tastes bland. The joy he once found in simple pleasures was gone, replaced by a numbing sense of emptiness, of impending doom. He started researching, desperate for an explanation, for a solution. He delved into ancient texts, obscure folklore, anything that hinted at a malevolent entity that could consume dreams and the essence of a person's being. He learned of dream eaters, of beings from the shadows who fed upon the subconscious, their existence hinted at in myths and legends across countless cultures. He wondered if his experience was somehow connected to this obscure lore, whether he was prey to a creature that existed only in the realm of sleep, feeding on the essence of dreams to sustain its own existence. His research only deepened his fear, confirming the very thing he was desperately trying to deny. There was something out there, something unseen, something malevolent, and it was consuming him, slowly, deliberately, turning him into a blank canvas of nothingness, an empty shell. The terror was not merely the thought of oblivion, but the process of annihilation itself, the slow, methodical disintegration of his self, dream by dream, breath by breath, until there was nothing left but a lingering emptiness, a void where he once existed. The fight to hold onto his self felt like a desperate battle against an intangible foe, an impossible struggle against a force that seemed both utterly alien and intrinsically linked to his very being. The silence pressed down on him, now a tangible entity, a void waiting to devour him whole. The fight for his soul had begun, a battle fought in the dark corridors of his subconscious, a battle where the only weapon was the tenacious will to resist, the refusal to surrender to the encroaching darkness. The mirror reflected a stranger. Not a physical alteration, not a sudden aging or disfigurement, but a deeper, more unsettling change. His eyes, once bright and full of life, were now dull, clouded with a pervasive emptiness that mirrored the desolate landscape of his dreams. The vibrant spark that had once characterized his gaze was gone, replaced by a hollow, vacant stare. He saw the fading of himself, a slow, insidious erosion of his very being. It wasn't just a physical change, it was a disintegration of his essence, a gradual unraveling of his identity. The process was insidious, subtle, yet undeniably terrifying. Memories, once sharp and vivid, now flickered like dying embers, their details blurring, fading into a frustratingly inaccessible past. He'd tried to recall a specific moment, a childhood birthday party, a significant conversation, a beloved family vacation, but the images that surfaced were fragmented, incomplete, like shattered pieces of a kaleidoscope. The colors were muted, the sounds indistinct, the emotions dulled, leaving behind only a ghostly echo of what once was. His personality, too, was undergoing a metamorphosis. The sharp wit, the quick humor, the passionate intensity that had defined him, were fading, replaced by a pervasive apathy, a profound lack of engagement with the world. He found himself drifting through his days, a passive observer of his own life, detached from his surroundings, his emotions numb. The sense of self, once so strong and unwavering, was weakening, eroding, leaving him feeling fractured, incomplete, a mere shadow of his former self. His relationships suffered. The conversations he had once relished now felt stilted and meaningless, the easy flow of communication replaced by awkward silences and strained interactions. His loved ones, initially concerned by his growing detachment, began to withdraw, unable to penetrate the wall of apathy that had grown around him. He sensed their distance, their worry, but felt incapable of bridging the gulf that separated him from them, from himself. The isolation was profound, a chilling reflection of the inner emptiness that was consuming him. He found solace only in solitude, retreating further into himself, his days devoid of purpose, his nights haunted by the encroaching void. Even the act of creating art, once a source of intense joy and self-expression, became a frustrating struggle. His hand would move across the canvas, his fingers flying across the piano keys, yet the results were bland, uninspired, pale reflections of his former talent, a stark representation of his waning creativity. His work became equally affected. Once a driving force in his life, his career now felt like an insurmountable mountain, a vast, insurmountable challenge. He struggled to focus, to concentrate on the intricate tasks that once flowed easily from his hands. The ideas that once streamed from his mind had dried up, replaced by a mental fog, a creative drought that mirrored the arid landscape of his dreams. The fear deepened. It wasn't the fear of the unknown, of the looming darkness that lurked in his dreams, but the fear of self-annihilation, of complete erasure. He was losing himself, not through physical decay or external violence, but through an insidious internal dissolution, a slow, methodical unraveling of his identity. The process was terrifying in its quiet, relentless nature, the gradual fading of his essence like a photograph slowly exposed to sunlight, losing its vibrancy, its details, until only a blank canvas remains. He tried to fight back, employing every strategy he could think of. He tried cognitive behavioral therapy, attempting to reassert control over his thoughts and memories. He plunged deeper into his research, hoping to discover some ancient ritual, some forgotten spell, that could banish the entity that was draining him. He tried different medications, hoping for a cure, a solution. He pushed himself to engage with the world, to reconnect with his loved ones, to rekindle the passions that had once defined him. But nothing worked. The emptiness persisted, its tendrils wrapping tighter around his soul, pulling him further into the abyss. He was adrift in a sea of nothingness, a solitary voyager in a vast and unforgiving landscape, with no compass, no map, no hope of escape. His existence became a constant struggle against the encroaching void, a desperate battle to cling to the vestiges of his identity, the remnants of his past, the flickering embers of his essence before they were extinguished entirely. The feeling of unreality intensified. He began to question the solidity of his own existence. He looked at his hands, his clothes, the world around him, and felt a profound sense of detachment, as if he were observing it all from behind a veil, a ghostly spectator in his own life. This disconnection, this blurring of the boundary between self and other, fueled his growing sense of impending doom. He existed as if shrouded in mist, his body here but his essence adrift. Sleep became a torture. The void he encountered in his dreams was now reflected in his waking hours, a pervasive sense of emptiness that permeated his every thought, his every action, his every emotion. The silence he experienced in his dreams was now a heavy, tangible presence, pressing down upon him, suffocating him, making even the simplest tasks feel like monumental efforts. He moved through his days like a ghost, unseen and unnoticed, his presence barely registering in the world around him. He was fading, both in his dreams and in the reality of his waking hours. One morning, he woke to find his dream journal open to a blank page. The previous entries, a testament to his deteriorating mental state, were gone, erased as if they had never been written. This was the ultimate confirmation of his worst fears. The entity was not merely consuming his dreams, it was consuming his memories, his history, his very identity, leaving behind a terrifying blank slate. The complete erasure of his life from his conscious memory, his self, his existence. His fear intensified. This was no longer a struggle for his sanity, but for his very survival, his existence. The encroaching void wasn't just an external force. It had become an integral part of him, a malignant tumor consuming his being from the inside out. His past, his present, and his future were all consumed by the gnawing emptiness, a relentless erosion of his being. He was losing himself, piece by piece, memory by memory, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. He was becoming nothing, a void within a void, a terrifying testament to the power of an unseen, malevolent force that fed upon the essence of his being. The silence pressed in, an oppressive weight, a harbinger of the final annihilation. His fight to survive had become a fight for his very soul. He knew, with chilling certainty, that if he did not fight, there would be nothing left. Absolutely nothing. The gnawing emptiness, once confined to the nocturnal realm of his dreams, now bled into his waking hours. It wasn't a physical pain, but a profound sense of absence, a hollowness that echoed in the silence of his apartment, a void that mirrored the desolate landscapes of his nightmares. He felt like a phantom, a ghost inhabiting a shell of a man, his actions devoid of purpose, his thoughts fragmented and fleeting. His search began, not with a grand plan or a clear objective, but with a desperate, almost frantic grasping for a lifeline in the swirling vortex of his fading existence. He started with his dream journal, the blank page a chilling testament to the entity's power. He meticulously examined the remaining entries, searching for clues, for patterns, for anything that might shed light on the nature of the being that was consuming him. The scrawled lines, filled with his deteriorating mental state and terrifying hallucinations, became a cryptic map leading him deeper into the labyrinth of his subconscious. His research led him to forgotten corners of the internet, to obscure academic papers on sleep paralysis, to websites dedicated to the study of paranormal phenomena. He devoured information about the old hag, shadow people, and other nocturnal entities, searching for any mention of a dream-eating being, a creature capable of stealing memories and erasing identities. He spent hours poring over texts detailing the folklore of various cultures, searching for any legend that resonated with his experience, any tale of a malevolent entity that fed on dreams, thoughts, and very essence of being. The research was relentless, exhausting, and yielded little concrete results, yet he clung to the hope that somewhere, hidden within the archives of human knowledge, lay the key to his salvation. He delved into the world of ancient texts, studying forgotten rituals, lost spells, and obscure incantations from various cultures. He consulted with occultists, mediums, and self-proclaimed experts in the paranormal, searching for a solution, a way to banish the entity, to reclaim his stolen memories and the essence of himself. Their advice ranged from the absurd to the terrifying, from simple meditation techniques to complex and dangerous rituals, all pointing him down increasingly darker and more dangerous paths. The pursuit took him to dusty libraries, filled with the scent of aged paper and forgotten knowledge, where he spent countless hours sifting through ancient manuscripts and forgotten tomes. He visited remote villages, nestled deep within ancient forests, where he sought out the wisdom of elders, searching for traditional remedies or forgotten folklore that might offer a glimmer of hope. He spoke with those who claimed to have encountered similar beings, their stories painting a chilling picture of a pervasive and insidious darkness, a force that defied logic and reason. Their accounts were fragmentary and terrifying, adding to the growing sense of dread that already consumed him. His sleep became a battleground. He fought to retain consciousness, to resist the pull of the dreams that threatened to swallow him whole. He experimented with various techniques to strengthen his will, to fortify his mind against the entity's insidious influence. He attempted to confront his fears directly, battling the shadowy figures that haunted his sleep, hoping to gain an edge in his silent war against the darkness that consumed him. But the dreams remained a relentless assault, chipping away at his resolve, pushing him to the brink of despair. He desperately sought a way to fight back, to regain control of his mind and his life. The search led him to unexpected places, to encounters with individuals who seemed to hold a piece of the puzzle. A reclusive scholar, dwelling in a crumbling mansion, revealed ancient texts detailing the existence of dream-eating entities, beings that fed on the very essence of the human psyche. A shaman, living in a remote mountain village, shared rituals aimed at strengthening the mind against malevolent spirits, strengthening the boundaries between the waking and dreaming worlds. A former patient in a psychiatric hospital shared a chilling story that resonated with his experiences, a tale of someone consumed by an unseen entity, ultimately losing themselves to the void. Each interaction brought him closer to understanding the nature of his affliction, but further into the heart of unsettling truths. He discovered that the entity was not merely stealing his memories, it was altering his perception of reality. His sense of self was fractured, his identity fragmented, his perception of time and space distorted. He began to question everything he believed to be true, the solidity of his own existence, the very nature of reality itself. This uncertainty, this profound sense of disorientation, amplified the horror, making the search even more perilous and desperate. The search became a desperate race against time, a frantic struggle to reclaim his identity before it was completely erased, before he became nothing more than an empty vessel, a husk devoid of memories, personality, and essence. The fear that haunted him was not of death, but of oblivion, of a complete and utter erasure of his existence. This fear propelled him forward, driving him on, pushing him to explore every avenue, to investigate every lead, to grasp at any straw in his desperate fight for survival. The nights were filled with escalating terror, the dreams becoming more vivid, more grotesque, more real. He was visited by the entity itself, a formless void that seeped into his mind, stealing his thoughts, twisting his emotions, corrupting his essence. The line between dream and reality blurred, and he struggled to differentiate between waking moments and terrifying nightmares, leaving him in a state of constant fear and uncertainty. He was losing his grasp on sanity, trapped in a horrifying cycle where reality itself became his enemy. But amid the chaos and despair, he found a flickering ember of hope. A fragmented memory, a fleeting image, a forgotten sensation, a single clue that might lead him to the entity's source, a way to reclaim his lost memories, to restore his fragmented identity. It was a perilous path, a journey into the darkest depths of his subconscious, a confrontation with the primal fears that lurked within his mind. The path was uncertain, dangerous, and the outcome unknown, but it was his only chance. He pressed on, fueled by a desperate need to reclaim himself, to fight for his very existence, before he was consumed by the encroaching void. He knew that failure wasn't an option, it meant an oblivion so profound that it would erase his being. The quest to fight the entity was not just a search for answers, but a struggle for his very survival. His soul hung in the balance. The fragmented memory, a fleeting image of a twisted, gnarled tree silhouetted against a blood-red moon, led him to an abandoned orphanage on the outskirts of the city. It was a place he'd never consciously known, yet the image resonated with a chilling familiarity, a sense of belonging intertwined with unspeakable horror. The orphanage, a crumbling edifice swallowed by encroaching shadows, exuded an aura of profound sadness and forgotten tragedy. The air hung heavy with the weight of unspoken secrets, whispering tales of lost children and shattered dreams. He entered the derelict building, the floorboards groaning under his weight, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. The air was thick with the scent of decay and dust, a chilling testament to years of neglect. He navigated the maze of decaying hallways, the walls adorned with faded children's drawings, their innocent depictions of joy and laughter starkly contrasting with the oppressive atmosphere. These images, once vibrant expressions of childhood, now appeared as ghostly reminders of innocence lost, victims of the same unseen predator he was fighting. As he delved deeper into the orphanage's labyrinthine depths, the whispers intensified, morphing into chilling murmurs that seemed to claw at the edges of his sanity. He felt a presence, a malevolent entity lurking in the shadows, its gaze piercing his very soul. The temperature dropped, an icy chill settling upon his skin despite the summer heat outside. He felt watched, hunted, his every move scrutinized by unseen eyes. He reached a large, oak door, its surface intricately carved with cryptic symbols that seemed to pulsate with an inner light. The symbols resonated deep within him, stirring dormant memories, fragments of a past he didn't recognize yet felt intrinsically linked to. He placed his hand on the cold, metallic surface of the door, and a surge of energy coursed through his body, a wave of memories, sensations, and emotions crashing over him. The door creaked open, revealing a vast, circular chamber bathed in an ethereal glow. In the center of the room stood a towering figure, its form shifting and swirling like smoke, yet possessing a horrifying sense of presence. This was the Dream Eater, the entity that had been tormenting him, consuming his memories, and erasing his identity. It was not a creature of flesh and blood, but a being of pure darkness, a manifestation of fear and oblivion. Its voice, a cacophony of whispers and screams, filled the chamber. "You have sought me out," the Dream Eater hissed, its voice a chilling blend of malevolence and sorrow. "You seek to reclaim what I have taken, to defy your fate." He stood his ground, his resolve strengthened by the newfound memories that flooded his mind. He saw glimpses of his past, a young boy, abandoned at this very orphanage, his dreams nurtured by the same entity that was now consuming him. The Dream Eater had not merely stolen his memories, it had been a twisted guardian, a sinister benefactor, shaping his destiny from the very beginning. The orphanage was not merely a place of abandonment, but a nexus of dark energy, a place where the Dream Eater had drawn its power. The confrontation wasn't a physical battle but a psychic war, a clash of wills within the confines of his own mind. The Dream Eater attempted to overwhelm him with visions of terror, of his deepest fears, of his darkest desires. It showed him fragments of his past, twisting the memories, making them more horrific than they actually were. It aimed to break his resolve, to make him succumb to despair and surrender. But he refused to yield. He fought back with the power of his memories, the fragments of his past he had salvaged, the love he had once known. The battle raged, the chamber shaking with the force of their psychic struggle. He saw visions of other victims, children who had been devoured by the entity, their essence absorbed into its being. He felt the weight of their lost souls, their suffering, their anguish. But amidst this horror, he found a new strength, a resolve born from empathy, compassion, and the sheer will to survive. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he managed to push back, not through force but through understanding. He saw that the Dream Eater was not merely a malevolent entity, but a being consumed by its own sorrow, a creature trapped in a cycle of pain and loneliness. It fed on dreams because it was starving for connection, for empathy, for understanding. His compassion became his weapon. He didn't fight to destroy it, but to heal it. He reached out to the entity, not with anger or fear, but with empathy and understanding. He offered not a battle, but a connection. He shared his own memories of love, of loss, of hope, memories the Dream Eater had tried to steal, memories that were the essence of his being. The aftermath of the confrontation was unexpected. The entity didn't disappear, it didn't vanish into thin air. Instead, it began to transform, its form shifting, its darkness dissipating. The ethereal glow intensified, transforming into a warm, golden light. The cacophony of whispers and screams subsided, replaced by a soft humming sound, a resonating melody of peace. The Dream Eater, no longer a terrifying void, took on the form of a young boy, mirroring the child he had been all those years ago. The boy looked at him with eyes filled with understanding, gratitude, and a profound sadness that tugged at his heartstrings. He knew this wasn't a complete resolution, but a beginning. The boy, once the Dream Eater, needed time, healing, understanding. He was not an evil entity but a victim of circumstance, a child lost in darkness. He knew he would need to help him find his way back to the light, back to the life that had been stolen from him. The orphanage itself began to transform. The decaying walls started to mend, the oppressive atmosphere lifting, replaced by a sense of serenity and peace. The faded children's drawings regained their vibrancy, their joyful depictions radiating warmth and hope. It felt as if the orphanage itself was healing, shedding its burden of sorrow and trauma. The whispers ceased completely. The building, no longer a haunted house of despair, was slowly returning to a semblance of its former self, a sanctuary of healing instead of horror. The encounter left him profoundly changed. The memories he had reclaimed were no longer just his, they held the echoes of the countless lives touched by the Dream Eater, the collective pain and sorrow of generations lost in the shadowy realm between dreams and reality. His understanding of the entity was not merely intellectual but an emotional and spiritual connection. He had fought not a monster, but a part of himself, a shattered reflection of a shared human experience, loss, trauma, and the relentless pursuit of connection. His journey wasn't over. He knew he still had much work to do to fully integrate the memories, the emotions, and the shared experiences he had gained in the confrontation. The scars of the past remained, but they were no longer wounds that bled into his present, shaping his actions and thoughts. He now viewed his past as a catalyst for growth, a source of strength and compassion. The healing process had begun, not just for him, but for the Dream Eater, for the children, and even for the abandoned orphanage itself. He walked out of the building, the rising sun painting the sky in hues of gold and rose, carrying the weight of the past and the hope of a new beginning. The darkness had receded, allowing the light of understanding and compassion to dawn.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?